Okay. So. Oh my god. Okay. Hold on. You're not you're not recording that SMT V with whatever. Okay. Alright, so this is gonna be cursed. This is a tier list of every single demon
Yeah.
in SMT V. And we're gonna put them all in a tier list, because fuck it, why not? Because I can do it. It's gonna take a while, but we're gonna do it. Um so how I'm gonna rank these, right, is based on how well they do just in general in battles, how well they do in what they want to specialize in compared to like other demons. Obviously early game ones will be worse than late game ones for late game, but I will try to be like, if they do, like if they're good at like the time you get them, I'll rate them higher. Um I'll try to mention as much as I can about individual demons. The one thing I will preface is that, like, for skill inheritance, right? I will mention demons, what skills they get naturally. For inheritance, I'll only mention skills they can inherit if you have to special fuse them, because theoretically you could get any skill on any demon that you want to, and I feel like it'd just be, at the end of the day, it'd just be like, oh, it's a physical dude, so just throw like Frey Kugel on him and then just call it a day, or like just throw a physical skill on them. I don't know, but like, yeah. So I feel like I'm gonna be not as talking about skill inheritance as much, because I feel like any demon can learn any skill. So I will be talking about potentials though once I get them. I have not unlocked every demon in the game. I've unlocked most of them, and I know about most of them. I just have to. It's just like playing through the game several more times to get the last few. I don't have, but I feel like I have a decent grasp on what's good and what's not. Also, this is not going to be a good tier list because there's over 200 things, and obviously some things are probably going to get put in like places they shouldn't be. But this is just for fun, so it's whatever. Fuck it. I'm going to go in order based on the levels, what level they are at base. The Nahobino, the main character, isn't in this, but if they were, I'd put them in S, because like they're like the best character in the game, probably bar none. Except they can do. There's only a few things they can't do that other demons can. But anyway, um, tierings. S is really really good. Best of the best. Just really really excellent. Do their job. Do it really well. Do other jobs. Do roll compression. I don't know. Just really really good. A is great. They're still really good. They're not as good as S tier. Like they're not bonkers broken, but they're still really good. B is just good. They're like decent. They're like decent at what their job, and they're good at the point at where you get them, but they either fall off or like you probably want to replace them with other things. C is like okay. They're kind of like niche, or they're like okay, but they have flaws. D is like niche. You only really want them for like a pretty niche thing or like a specific strategy, and then F is just bad. I don't think there are any demons that are probably gonna get an F, but except for like a few, but like whatever. So this is probably gonna be a really bad tier list, but whatever. I'm recording it, so whatever. Let's start off with our boy Slime. Oh, it's lagging. Okay, Slime. Slime. I'm gonna put Slime. D or F? I'm gonna put Slime in D. And here's why. Slime is the first demon you can recruit. He's level 1. Well, he's not the first one you do recruit, but he's the first one you can recruit in battle. Starts off level 1. His stats are not great. He has decent I guess vitality for his level, but everything else is pretty bad. 5 strength, 6 vitality, 4 magic, 3 agility, 4 luck. His skill set is not great. It's just lunge and then mirage and poison. His potentials aren't great. +1 in physical, +3 in ailment. I mean, I guess he does have the highest ailment for a bit, which is kind of cool. So I guess he does have a little niche, is that he's probably the best one to inflict poison or mirage for a little bit. Main problem with Slime is that his agility is bad, so he will often miss his main attack, which is physical, which is lunge. Other bad thing is he's weak to 5. He has no resist, and he's weak to 5 things: fire, ice, lightning, wind, and light. And being weak to light means you can just instantly die, which sucks. His innate skill is Deathly Affliction. While in the active party, he raises all allies' accuracy and critical hit rate against foes that have ailments, which does combo a little bit well with him being good with Dust and Mirage and Poison. But ultimately, he's not good. He's meant to be like a very, very early game demon that you get just to like fill your roster, and then you drop him very quickly. There is now, the reason why I don't put him in F is there is a small niche he has where he combos with another demon late game that you get late game that makes them do insane damage because they have a skill where they deal more damage based on how many weaknesses the team has. And since Slime has 5, which is the most, I think, out of any demon, he can give him like 25% extra damage or something like that, which is really good. But other than that, Slime is like really bad. You only use it for like the first few battles you get it, and then you just drop it and never use it again. And it would be a meme to bring it all the way to the end of the game, but Slime is like not good. Doesn't have any stats. He's a little bit tanky early game, but like because he's weak to every element, any enemy that has elemental magic will just like body him, and just get extra press turns, which you don't want. So yeah, I say he's like niche because he does do that one thing pretty decently, but other than that, he's like he's pretty bad. The next demon you get is the first demon you recruit, which is, where is Pixie? Pixie, I think is. Do I want to put it in B or C? I'll put him in C. Pixie is okay. Pixie has pretty good magic and agility at base. 7 magic, 8 agility is pretty good. Their HP is really the problem is, one of the problems with Pixie is that they're very frail. They can die in like 2 hits on hard, like straight up. They can die in 2 to, like if they get crit, they're dead. From like slimes. That's just straight up, like if they get crit by lunge, they're dead. There's no coming back. So stat wise, they're pretty heavily geared towards magic, agility, luck. Their strength is garbage. Their vitality is pretty bad. Their base HP is also pretty bad. Resistance wise, they resist wind, weak to dark, which sucks because you get insta killed. Also weak to panic, which is or is it, no, it's confusion. It's like in some games it's called panic, in this game it's called confusion. Weak to confusion, which does suck for enemies that use it, and there is an early game enemy that uses it. The onion chicken. Call it the onion chicken because it is an onion chicken. Yeah.
I'm Rocky.
Yeah, whatever his name is, Omaraki. I think his name is.
Yeah.
Innate skill wise, they get demonic meditation. If you're talking to a demon and you make a mistake, Pixie will sometimes come in and make the mistake go away, which is useful, but like doesn't help you in combat unless you're trying to get a demon to a conversation. And there are better skills, I feel like, for that later on. But again, this is early game, so like it's nice when you're just starting out. Pixie comes with Dia and Patra. Dia is your first healing skill. Dia is great early game for healing. It's your only source of healing outside of items. Patra is more niche early game. I feel like on higher difficulties, Patra matters more than lower difficulties because of the enemy's increased chance to give you status conditions. But um, it is good early game because enemies can only hit you one at a time with status conditions instead of the whole party. But very quickly, that's gonna like change, and then you kind of want the just full heal one. Um, Pixie then gets Zan at level 3, which is first force attack, and then Rakukaja, which is your first buffing skill. Um, Overall, I think Pixie's okay. Not having any damaging magic early game for like at level 1 for a magic character is rough because you have to then rely on just a basic attack, which sucks with Pixie because they have 2 strength. So they're doing like no damage. They're basically just a healer until they get Zan, and then Zan they're decent. Oh wait, I forgot about. So I forgot to talk about Toki skills. So Toki skills are basically like special attacks that your team can do. Um, Slimes are not is like okay. Slime does have a unique one in Bouncy Body where you can reflect a physical attack for all allies. It's good for physical stuff, but you need both slime and black slime. And if you have slime by the time you get this, it's power to you. But like you probably don't have slime, so you're probably not getting rid of it. And Torrent of Chaos is decent, but also you're not getting that until way after you drop slime, so those don't really matter. The only one that matters is critical. I'll only mention them if like there's like a niche to them, but like yeah. But most of the time, Amagatoki skills are just gonna. I'm not gonna mention them too much unless there's a very specific one that you get when you have the demon, when you would rightfully use the demon. In early game, you're gonna only have critical, so it is what it is. Um, uh, I can't speak. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, Pixie. So Pixie's Magatsui skills or Magatoki skills or whatever. Basically, the Magatsui skills they have access to Fairy Banquet. Raises the stats of all items to the max for 3 turns. That's not you don't get that until late game, so that's not really applied to Pixie. Can you strategize, which I've heard is really good for Godborn difficulty, which is the hardest difficulty in the game by far. But which is it's a niche thing. It's a good thing. And then it also gets Fairies game, where it recovers one ally above max HP, raises all stats to the max, and gives them taunt. Which is also decent. I don't know why I mentioned all that, but basically, I'm like fucking like rambling at this point. I feel like I'm not focused at all. Okay, so potential wise, let's go back to Pixie. So okay, kind of sucks they don't have offensive skills outside of attack at the level you get them, so you have to level them up to get like offense. MP wise, they're fine. They have 82 base MP and their skills are very cheap. So they don't really have to worry about MP like Slime. Slime does have to worry about it a little bit. Pixie's potentials are kind of like It's only like +1 across the board, +1 in wind, +1 in healing, +1 in support. Get -1 in dark and -2 in physical, but they don't learn any physical or dark skills, so that literally doesn't matter. And besides, you're not really going to give them physical or dark skills because you're really going to do them away. I think they're decent. They're like an early game. They're like your first healer. They're meant to be your first healer, first interaction with like how to recruit demons and all that. And I think they do that an okay job. I don't think they're anything like spectacular or like, oh my god, like Pixie carries you, like, or Pixie like helps you get through some hard stuff. Pixie's just your first healer. You use her and then you just like fuse her away or get rid of her for something else. Pixie is also required for the first special fusion you unlock, which is High Pixie. So if you want High Pixie, you probably want to keep your starting Pixie. But other than that, Pixie's okay. I'd say like she's not anything to write home about, but like she's good. She's your first healer. I don't know. Kind of rambled there for like like 10 minutes straight for no reason, but yeah, Pixie's pretty
It
decent.
is what it is.
Yeah, Pixie is what it is. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just gonna play music in the background. Okay, next one is, I think it's Prada, right? Prada, yeah, Prada. Where's Prada? Where's Prada? This is a long list, so give me a sec. I'm gonna have to find them. It's like finding a needle in a haystack sometimes. Just have to find the correct letter. H-H-K-L-M-N-O-P. O-P. O-P. Where's the boy? Where's Prada? I can't find him. Am I not seeing this right? R-S. Oh, there he is. He has a black border for some reason. Okay. Prada, I'm gonna tentatively put him in C. Let me see his attacks again. Oh, nope. Yeah, I'm gonna put him in C. Okay, Prada's going in C. Now, Prada does have... Now, Prada joins at level 3. Starts at level 3. And his stats are more of a balance between Pixies and Slimes, where Slime is more health focused and Pixie is more MP focused. He's just a mixture of the 3. Prada's stats are pretty good. 8 strength, 7 vitality, 7 magic, 5 agility, 4 luck. Pretty good for level 3. His innate skill is pretty good. Raises accuracy and critical hit rate when attacking the same target as an ally that acted before the user. So if you put him near the back of the party and you have him attack the same person that you're all attacking, he does more damage and has a higher chance to hit, has more crit, which is good. His skills are pretty good. He gets Bestial Bite, which is weak physical attack that has a greater effect if you crit, which is really good early because you want to crit. And it does, has a higher crit bonus, which is nice. It also gets Bufu, so it's your first Ice type user. And it gets Life Drain, which is your first Almighty attack. It will drain HP from the enemy and give it back to you, which is alright. It's a little bit costly for this early because it's like 10 MP, and obviously since it's early game, you're not going to get something with Almighty potential, so... But it's still useful to regain health.
I do think this is also the first one with a main element that they're completely immune to.
No, that is not Prada.
Oh. Okay.
Prada's Magasui skills are okay. They're not like amazing. They get Twilight Wave, which is like heavy physical attack to everyone, is okay. Can inflict sleep. And they get Torrent of Chaos, which is good. The problems with, and then, Prada's potentials are pretty decent. +1 physical, +1 ice, +3 dark. That's pretty nice. Unfortunately, they don't learn any dark skills naturally, so you can't really take advantage of the +3 in dark, which kind of sucks. So you have to, do something where you, use an essence or something to give them a dark skill, which is kind of unfortunate. Now, normally I'd put Prada in B because of this, because he's actually pretty decent for early game. Pretty good for early game. The problem is Prada is weak to 3 things. He's weak to fire, he's weak to wind, and he's weak to light. Which means if he's fighting a demon with light, he could get insta-killed, and being weak to fire and wind is kind of bad when a lot of demons have at least one of those elements. Being weak to half the elemental pull sucks. Just straight up in general, because you're gonna probably get hit a lot on your weaknesses. He does resist dark though, which is unique, as he's the only person that resists an insta-kill element so far, for the first time. So he's the first one to resist an insta-kill element, which is nice. Seeing as how Pixie and the Nahobino starting off are both weak to dark.
That's just the difference from the asset variant.
Robo, I think Prada's C. I think he's about the same as Pixie. He's okay early game. He's not anything better than early game. If he didn't have 3 weaknesses, I would say he's probably like B. But the 3 weaknesses really hurt him.
Yeah. I just remember the access version of him does have an immunity spell.
Oh yeah, the level like 99 version, yeah. That you fight in like a... Okay, next is Omaraki. Omaraki.
I mean,
Where is he? Where's my turkey boy? There he is. Omaraki. Whoa, why is it lagging? Okay. I think Omaraki is also C. I mean, this might be a bit common early game. Omaraki is C. Omaraki is the joins at level 4. You find him at level 4. He's got good vitality and magic. He has his innate skill is Fiery Melody. When the active party increases damage or striking a fire weakness for all allies. I think that includes him as well. So he just gets extra damage when he hits a fire weakness. He comes with Agi, with weak fire attack. He comes with Pulinpa, which has a chance of inflicting confusion, and he comes with Mudo, which is the first demon to get light or dark skills, which do have a chance of insta killing. His Magatsui skills are not great. There's Accursed Poison, which is like he has a high chance of inflicting an ailment to all foes, lowers also and basically gives them debilitate. And then Reigns of Order, which gives large MP recovery to one ally and adds 1 press turn icon. The next turn, it's okay. I mean, Reigns of Order seems really good, but also you have to waste your gauge for that, which kind of sucks. Amaraki unfortunately has pretty annoying weaknesses. He's weak to Ice, Wind, and Mirage, which the very next wild enemy in the wild does inflict Mirage, which is annoying. So on that enemy, he just gives them a bunch of extra turns. But I think overall he's like decent. He's like the same as the other two. Having 2 weaknesses does hurt. Including a status weakness that also just sucks in general. Because it's a lot of free turns to early game enemies, if you're unlucky. And they target him. I think overall he's a fine demon. Okay demon. He does early fire damage. And eventually early dark damage, which is nice. His stats aren't super amazing, except for vitality. It's pretty good. Other than that, he's okay. I don't know. I don't really have anything to say about onion chicken. I don't know. Onion, turnip, chicken, cooked. It's like the ghost of a dead child or something, I think, in the lore. Oh, it's just a corpse that hasn't had a proper memorial service. Okay. Yeah, he's okay. Yeah, so I'll rate him in C. Do I think he's better than Preda? I don't think he is, just because Preda does have the better damage, I think, overall. And I don't think he's better than Pixie, because Pixie is healing. Who's next? Next is Gremlin. Ooh, Gremlin. Okay. Gremlin, I'm probably gonna is probably gonna be a little bit weird. Where's Gremlin? There's Gremlin. Gremlin, I'm actually gonna put in B. Which I know is weird, but hear me out. Gremlin, I think, is actually a little bit better. As one of the first few demons. He comes with pretty decent stats, like 10 agility, 11 luck is really good that early. And his magic isn't half bad. He comes with pretty decent stats. He comes with 2 resists, which is first, because no other demon has 2 resists. At most, the other demons early game demons have 1, but this guy has 2. He does have two weaknesses, fire and wind. But then again, so do basically everyone not named Pixie. So, at this stage. He has trickery while in the active party, increases the likelihood of all allies' innate skills triggering, which can actually help with Preda and Pixie. Wait, it has a chance. Wait, no, Preda's always activates, so no, that doesn't help. It just increases the chance. So it helps Pixies, basically. And that's it. Gremlin has learns Stoma, which is Mirage. And he learns Zio and Bufu, which are early electric and weak electric and lightning attacks. But I think, and then his Magasuri skills is like okay. Conserve is kind of nice. Consumption is reduced by press turn. Consumption is reduced by half for all allies for 1 turn. That's kind of insane. Resestu Feast is like okay. It's just basically lowers all stats for throws to the minimum. You're never gonna. That's just like late game stuff. Anyway, can't speak. There's a lot. But yeah, I think his potentials are pretty good. He just specializes in what he learns. And it's not like he specializes in something that he never gets access to. And he has +1 at least in everything he wants to do. It's +2 in ice, +1 in lightning, +1 in ailment, which is nice. Nice early game.
What game is the music? I know I recognize that.
Oh, it's Pokemon.
Is it?
Yeah, I think it does suck that Gremlin only has Stoma to start off with and not like an actual skill. So he's similar to Pixie in that regard, but I do think once he gets Zio, he becomes a lot better. And I think with Bufu, he becomes even better. And I think he's your first like offensive demon that doesn't feel like, I don't know, maybe I should put him, maybe I should bump up Pixie, because Pixie's very similar to him. Because him and Pixie technically are very similar in that fact then. Plus Pixie has a, yeah, no, I'll bump Pixie up, because Pixie has a buffing skill. The first buffing skill. Oh, come on. Yeah, no. Yeah, no, I'll bump Pixie up to B. But yeah, no, I'll keep him in B, because I think he's, I don't think he's better than Pixie, but I think he's pretty decent. He's like a little bit of a cut above the rest. If that makes sense. Of the other demons you can get just by like talking to them. I think he's a little bit above. Like a cut above. Okay. Sorry, I'd like to talk to someone. Quick. This is gonna be scuffed as fuck tier list. Okay. So next one is Neko Shogun. Neko Shogun is the first demon that actually can block something. That actually null something, sorry. Neko Shogun can null electric. And I'm just like looking at Neko Shogun right now. Let me just see its stats real quick. I'm actually gonna put Neko Shogun in B. Wherever it is. Wherever it is. I can't find Neko Shogun. This is a nightmare. Holy shit. Okay. Where is it? Oh, there he is. So Neko Shogun is also the first demon that you cannot fight in the wild. You have to get him through... You have to get him through Fusion. He's exclusive to Fusion. You can't find him in the wild. And I think he's B tier. His stats are pretty, like, okay. His vitality is actually pretty good at 11. His agility is bad, which kind of sucks. He does have two weaknesses, fire and wind, which I think are the exact same weaknesses as Gremlin. But unlike Gremlin, he knows electricity and resists light, which is nice. Um, Neko's unique skill is paw to paw combat, increases damage when another demon in the active party has paw to paw combat. It's really niche. There's only a few demons that have paw to paw combat, and they're kind of spread far apart to the point where you're never really going to use multiple of them in the same party, which does weaken that quite a bit, which does suck. Well, no, actually, there's two early. There's one early game that you would use, so technically you can use its effect. The problem is the third one is so much later that you're never gonna really use paw to paw combat with other things other than that one that's coming up next, but soon. But yeah. Neko has pretty good skill set. Has Dia, Rakunda, Secunda, and Fangbreaker. So he's very much about lowering the enemy stats. Secunda lowers accuracy, evasion, Rakunda lowers defense, and Fangbreaker lowers attack. Potential-wise, Neko's kind of insane. Has +3 in healing and support, which is nutty for that, early in the game. Like, that shit's insane for that early in the game. Like, everything else is, like, +1 and +2. And Neko comes in with +3 and, like, 2 different things, which is kind of insane. You know what? I'm going to put him in A because of that. You know what? He deserves to go in A. He's pretty insane early game, if you confuse him. Just because he's all about lowering the enemy stats. He's not meant for combat, he's just a support dude. But he's a really good support dude for, like, very early game. I would say. Just because of his potentials. Because, like, how potentials work is the higher the number, the more damage and healing you do. And the less MP it costs. So the fact he has +3 in supports and healing means he can just use them a lot more than other demons can. And, like, for +3 in potential and support, like healing and support, you're not going to see that for a long ass time. So I think honestly he's like A, just because of that. He also has 4 Magatsuki skills, but like honestly, it's like but like they don't really matter because most of them you're not going to get until he's like way past the point of like being useful. But yeah, I'd say he's like A. He's like really good for early game. He's arguably just a better version. He's a better healer than Pixie, and he just becomes like your main support dude if you fuse him. The only problem is like you can miss him because like he's fusion only, which does kind of suck. But yeah. And then next is Kodama. Kodama. Let me see Kodama.
The paper one, right?
One of them, yeah. He's like just a paper dude. I think Kodama's... I don't know, I think Kodama's C. I don't know, because like, by the time you... Kodama has 2 weaknesses, fire and ice, resist wind. So it's a little bit of a downgrade from Neko Shogun's 2 weaknesses for less. Stats are very balanced outside of strength. His innate skill is Gusting Melody, basically Fire Melody, the fire one that the Onion Turkey had, but does it for force instead of fire. Comes with Zan, which is force attack, Dormina, which has a chance of inflicting sleep, and Dia. So not an amazing skill set, it's just Zan, status, sleep. He's okay at them, +2 in wind is pretty good. +1 in potential and healing means he can heal. I'd say he's just kind of like a slightly better Pixie at this point. Well, not even, because his weaknesses are worse. So, like, he's just a worse Pixie, honestly. His stats are slightly better. Just because he starts at level 6. But honestly, a trained Pixie would probably just be better than Kodama, just because Pixie just has better, like, defensive, like, resistances. And just has basically the same skills, except Pixie has actually better ones. because instead of Dormina, Pixie has Patra and like raising defense of an ally, which is better than just putting something to sleep, maybe. Which you're not really going to do on hard mode because the chances of putting things to sleep are like 30% lower for you. But yeah, I think he's neat. I don't think he's like terrible. I think he's just eh. I think he's just like Pixie's just better. So it's just kind of like why get him? He is useful for some fusions though, and I will say I did use him my first playthrough, but like he's like eh. He's like eh. I'd say
Yeah, I
C.
used them early on, but I very quickly subbed them out via.
Is he like no, he's definitely better than Slime at least. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Next is Mandrake. Okay. Mandrake, I don't really like. I'm gonna be frank. I don't really like Mandrake. Mandrake is the first demon I'm actually like kind of on. Where's Mandrake? I need to go way down, further down. Down. Up. Oh, there it is. Yeah, there we go. Mandrake, I'm actually going to put in D. I don't like Mandrake. I don't think Mandrake is that good.
They're one of those types of enemies that are really there as a dude.
I think Mandrake for level 6 is a little bit underwhelming. Stat-wise, they're just okay. They're weak to Fire, Mirage, and they resist Lightning. Well, should I be as harsh with them because they don't have 2 weaknesses? Yeah, now that I'm thinking about it, yeah, I should probably put them in C because they do have a thing where they don't have 2 weaknesses, so I should at least put them in C. But I feel like Mandrake's problem comes from their natural skill. You know what? Nah. You know, Mandrake might only have one weakness, but their skill set sucks. Let's be real.
Yeah. When you first encounter them, if you're not at a reasonable level, they can be a little bit difficult. So as soon as you get remotely higher levels than them, they start seeming like they aren't even really worth fighting because of how easy they go down.
Yeah. Their main skill is Ward Off Evil, while the active party increases the chance of recovering from ailments, which is nice. It's a nice on hard mode, but I don't exactly know how this works or what the percentage is. So if it's like a low percentage, it's probably not like worth picking this just to maybe get an extra turn, but it can be nice. Skill wise, they get Zio, Lunge, and they get Toxic Sting. Which is not great. It's not a great skill set. Especially because they don't have any potential in physical, yet they get 2 physical skills, which is really weird. In fact, they have a +3 in ailment and a +1 in healing, but they learn neither any ailment skills nor healing skills, which is really weird. I don't know why they have +3 in ailment and +1 in healing when they learn neither a skill in neither of those categories. It's kind of like, why? You could have just put the +3 in like physical or +1, and then this would have been great. But instead, it's like it gets 2 skills that it can't really do it, that it kind of doesn't want to use.
Because you can't add insult to things that they don't already have some insult on, you can't even really improve the ailment instantly or just make it a bit more viable.
Yeah. And then the other thing is that...
that'd be a bit better.
And then the other thing is that, like, even when you get it, you're not even getting those physical skills until 2 levels after you get it. You have to level it up to level 8 to at least get the first one, which is Lunge, which isn't even a good physical skill. It's a bad physical skill. So it's like, fuck. Overall, I think it's not good. It's like, okay, you can bring it in your part. It's like early games, so you can use whatever you want to without like any real downsides. It's just I feel like this is one of those demons that's like really hurt by their natural set and really wants like essence inheritance, or like you fuse this to get better skills on it, because like it's just its potentials don't work with the skill set it's going for, which is physical electric. It wants to be an
Yep.
electric ailment inflictor, but it's stuck with physical skills. So yeah, I'd put it in D. Alright, next one is Damon. So, Damon. Damon, I am actually going to... Where's Damon? It's like one of the early ones up here. Yeah, Damon. I'm going to put Damon in... I'm going to put it in C. Damon is the first demon with a unique skill. Its unique skill is Hellish Slash. It does 4 physical attacks, 4 weak physical attacks to 1 foe. Low accuracy. It's not a good one. The low accuracy really fucks with this skill, because on hard mode you are never really hitting this. So you never really want to click this unless you have a way, unless your accuracy is like heavily increased or the enemies is heavily decreased. And even then you can still miss because it's low accuracy. It does only cost 4 MP, which is nice, but like missing sucks in SMT because you take away and then you lose 2 turns. So like its unique skill is like the worst unique skill in the game. It sucks. The other stuff it learns Agi, Mudo, and Tarakaja, which is the first which means it's the first demon who can raise your attack, party's attack. It also has the innate skill Dark Enhancer. While in the active party, all demons that have a lower dark potential than +2 get it raised to +2, which is good for Omarki, or your main character if you're using dark magic, if you're teaching being a dark magic user. But other than that, it doesn't really apply to really anything because those are the only guys that get dark this early. So, So today's skill is kind of useless for early game, which is unfortunate because like it could be really good. Stat-wise, it's pretty decent. It's a mixed attacker, and it has pretty high in both attacking stats for the early game, which is nice. So it can do magic or strength. It also has pretty good resistances for early game. It's weak to lightning, electric, and light, which sucks. Being weak to insta-kill type of magic sucks, just in general. But it does block dark and resist fire, which is nice. Blocking something is always, nulling something is always nice, and then like resist it, like especially early game with a null is like great. Overall, I'd rate it C, just because it is a pretty good demon that you want. But I think you know what, I'll put it in B because I think it is a pretty good demon to have in your party. Just don't use the just don't use the unique skill. Like, just don't. Just don't use the unique skill. Just don't do it. It's the unique skill sucks. Just don't use it. Please don't.
Oh.
Please don't try to use Hellish Arts. I feel like that only works on lower difficulties because you just don't have the accuracy later on.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's. I think it's at least deserves a B. Yeah, at least deserves a solid B. Hold on. You're just being really slow. Because I have like 50 apps open, I'm using all my CPU.
No worries.
Hold on. Oh, okay. Doing it. Doing it? Did it do it? Hold on. Why is it not doing it? Okay. There you go, I got it finally downloaded. How long is this? How long did it take me to do like 10 demons? Oh god, it took like 40 minutes. Oh god, I'm gonna be here forever. Ugh. I'll be here for like 10 hours. Kill me.
Jeez.
Are we gonna be here for a while?
Unless they treat it as a deliberate multi-part thing or something.
We didn't even do 10. We're only on number 9. We just finished number 9. Kill me. Just kill me, please. Alright. Okay, next one. Cat Sith. Cat Musketeer. Let me see Cat Musketeer, because I don't remember it very well. Oh, yeah, Cat Musketeer. Cat Musketeer. It's like, I'm gonna give it a rip roaring C. I do think it's better than this, right? I don't think it's like this. I'm trying to reorganize this. Okay. So, yeah, Cat Sith I'm going to put in C right now. I might make more tiers, because honestly, there's just over 200 of these fuckers. I might have to differentiate them a bit more. Alright, so Cat Sith, Cat Musketeer. Resistance-wise is decent. Resist electric, weak to wind. So it's like a resist and a weakness. So we're back to these, which is just going to be common for, like, a lot of the game. Comes with decent stats, pretty mixed. 10 strength, 10 magic. Not as good mixed as the demon, the daemon, but it does have, just straight up, it's worse in every way. It's basically worse in every stat except vitality. It beats it in vitality by 1, and then is worse in every other stat. Wow. Okay. Fuck me. So Cat Sith is the other demon that has early game demon that has paw to paw combat. So if you do this with Nico Shogun, you can do extra damage. I don't know what the percentage is. It's probably like at least 5%, might be like 10%. I don't know. That's pretty decent. But you have to hold on. What? So you want me? Okay, you want me to let them out? Okay, hold on 1 second. Okay, hold on a second. I have to let my dogs out. I'm gonna stop the I'm gonna pause the recording.
Okay.
Pause it. Alright, we're back. Okay, so I forgot. Cassis, I think, what did I say? It was like C? Yeah, it's Cassis. I mentioned paw to paw combat, I think. I've just been a little bit. I was thinking of my dogs. Cassis gets Dia, Zio, and Graham Slice. Graham Slice is pretty good early game just because it has a high chance to crit. And it's a weak physical attack, which is not the big thing, but it does have a high chance to crit, which is nice because it does mean extra turns if you do crit. Potential wise, +1 in lightning, +1 in healing, +1 in support. The +1 in support is kind of whatever because is kind of useless because you don't learn any support skills naturally, which sucks. So it does mean Graham Slice is just base Graham Slice, which does kind of stink a little bit. Other than that, I think Cat Sith is C. It's okay. It's nothing spectacular. It's just alright. It kind of exists. It does have the paw-to-paw combat with Neko Shogun, but I don't think that's like a thing that brings it a tier above. And I think just having like, I think it's like an okay healer, but you do have better healers at this point, and you have better electric dudes, I think. No, you don't really have better. Well, I guess your main character, if you're specializing in electricity, is probably at that point or better, but yeah. I mean, it's better than Mandrake, so it is a better electric one than Mandrake. So I guess there's that. Oh yeah, I'd say C. It's okay. It's nothing like super great, but like it's okay. All right, next up is Sandman. I don't know. Sandman. Okay, Cassis also joins you at level 7. I keep forgetting about the levels, but next one is Sandman. Sandman joins you at level 8, and I think Sandman. Hold on, let me see Sandman. Ooh. Sandman. Sandman, I think is. C. I think Sandman's C. Sandman is similar to Cat Sith. His resistance are actually flipped. He is weak to lightning and resists wind instead of resisting lightning and being weak to wind. His stats are pretty balanced across the board: 9, 8, 9, 11, 12. Nothing like spectacular, like stand out. He does have pretty good luck. His innate skill is when user attacks a target that is inflicted with sleep, sleep will not be removed, which is kind of nice that it keeps the target with sleep, but also like that means you can only attack with Sandman when the target is asleep, which is a little bit niche, which is super niche in the fact that like you'd rather just attack with everyone. So like it's kind of weird. It's like very situational. It's like extremely situational. Don't really know how that one will work. That one works, but yeah, I guess. He comes with Dream Needle, which is weak physical attack that can cause sleep. He gets Bufu, he gets Zan, and he gets the first party enemy-wide, multiple enemy hitting magic attack in Mazan. He's also the first demon to. He's also the first demon outside of like Fairy and Demon to get 4 skills, which is also interesting. Which is also nice. So he has more options. Potential wise, he's pretty decent. +1 physical, +1 wind. He does have +3 in ailments for some reason, which does kind of suck because he doesn't get any ailments himself. Outside of like inflicting sleep with Dream Needle. And I don't know if the ailment chance affects that or not. I don't think it does. I don't think having positive in ailment affects the chance you get ailments with secondary effects. I could be wrong. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. but I don't think that's how it works. So hold on, I'm gonna mute the game. I'm gonna mute SMT5 because I'm looking through SMT5 just to get the stats and all that and get their skill sets. Okay. But yeah, I think he's like okay. I think actually he probably. Nah, he probably deserves to be in C. He's like okay. He's the first one that he's like basically your best win guy early. That early. But like he's not like anything to write home about. He's not amazing. He is immune to sleep though. Which like nothing else inflicts except him at this stage. So great, he's immune to sleep. There's like very little that inflicts sleep this early. So like and sleep isn't even that annoying because you immediately wake up if the enemy hits you. So like it's just like occasionally you lose a turn. It's like cool. It's annoying, but like the least annoying status condition in the game because if they hit you once, you're out of sleep. So it's like whatever. He's C. He's okay. If he had +3 in like wind or physical, I'd say he'd be like at least B or A. But like just because he's that, it's like I think I have to put him C. Okay, next is Pelida. Let me see Pelida real quick.
Who?
Pelida.
Oh wait, I remember.
Kelp Boy. Kelp Boy with upside down mask.
Yeah.
I think Pelida is actually B. I think it's up. I think it's like a step above the common demons. If I can find him. There he is. Pelida. I think Pelida is a step above. I think Pelida is at least B. Pelida unfortunately has two weaknesses. Fire and light, and no nullifications, just two resist and resisting ice and dark. His stats are pretty like decent, good vitality and good magic, so he's kind of like a magic tank, like a tanky magic user, which is nice. His innate skill is just while in that hardy, he raises all allies' accuracy and critical rate against foes that have ailments, which is useful. Because his whole shtick is getting ailments. He is one of the few demon. He is the first demon to have +3 in ailments and actually learn fucking ailments, which is like. He starts off with Bufu and Mudo. He gets Pulimpa, which is chance of inflicting confusion to one foe. He has a unique skill in entangling tendrils, where he has a chance of inflicting seal on all foes and lowers their attack by 1 rank. And he also has Rakukaja, where he raises defense. He is the first demon I'd say that like actually has like is actually starting to get a skill set that works with his potentials, unlike the last few. He has +3 in ailments, which is high for this early on in the game, and he has like a really good unique skill. Honestly, I might put him in A just because his unique skill is actually really good. Only problem is it takes 1/4 of his mana, which is a lot for early game. But yeah, it takes about 1/4 of his mana, which is a lot for early game. But that's like a seal that also lowers attack, which is really good, and it hits everyone. So it's basically Matarunda, which is kind of insane. Yeah, I think he might be another A. No, I think he's B just because of his weaknesses. His defensive profile is kind of bad compared to other things. Being weak to 2 things and having no nullifications does suck. I can't lie. And being weak to light also is just like he can get insta killed. So I can't put him higher than B, but I can put him in A. But I can't put him higher than I can't put him higher than B, but I can't put him in B. And I think he is pretty good just because like being able to inflict a status condition lower attack is nice for early game. He gets stat buffs. He has potential and boosts in status and like in the buffing with like +1 in support. Sorry, with +1. He has +3 in ailments, which is really good because he's has heavy. He has 2 ailment skills. He gets +1 in ice, which is nice for some extra damage. He doesn't have any affinity in Dark, which does suck. It makes Mudo cost a fuck ton, which is unfortunate. But like, it's just one. It's like one skill, and it's like Mudo can also insta kill, so it's like nice to just throw it out there for when weaknesses. I don't know. I think he's B. I don't think he really needs Mudo because he doesn't like. It's not like he specializes in Mudo. He just has it. And it's not like he has like a +3 and something he doesn't use like the other few have. He has a +3 and he uses it, which I think puts him a step above others. So yeah, I'll put him in B. I think if he didn't have two weaknesses, I think he would be A with Neko. But since he does, he's B. I don't know. I think that's fair. I think that's fair. Can't spell. Sorry, hold on. I like time gear. Hold on. Hold on. My computer's having a shit ton. Hold on. My computer's having a little bit of a meltdown. Hold on. Yeah, I want to hear about insurance.
Family insurance roofline?
Yeah, life's better when you're protected under American.
Okay. I gotta respond to someone else. It's like, ah. Okay, next one. We got oh, hold on. Polita. Okay, next one is Zhu Chun Shi.
Big.
What'd you say?
Big.
Did you say B or D?
I said the pig.
Oh yeah, the pig. Big boy pig. I'm actually gonna put him in B. Honestly, he's not bad. I might have to add more tiers later. But yeah, he's B. Zhu Chun Shi. Resist ice, weak to dark. Being weak to dark sucks because you can get insta kill. He is also immune to poison, which is nice because poison is probably the most common ailment early game, at least. I feel so. Yeah, being immune to poison is pretty nice. His stats are pretty good: high strength, high vitality, good agility. Poor magic, but that's fine. He doesn't really get any magic skills. His passive is physical enhancer. Basically, while he's in the party, anyone with a physical potential of less than +2 gets theirs raised to +2, which is really nice early game if you're doing a physical character, because this is the only way you can go above +1. For like any until like way late until like pretty sizable distance in the second main area. He gets lunge, which is a weak physical attack. He gets poison. He gets Bouncing Claw, which is 2 to 3 physical weak physical attacks to one foe, and he gets Raccoon, which lowers defense of a foe by 1. He's pretty okay. I'd say he's a pretty good choice. He has +2 in physical, +3 in ailments, which he does. His whole thing is specializing in physical. He doesn't have any potential in support. But at least having he has at least just a stat reducer, which is kind of nice. It can be nice to just have lower defense on one character. He's not gonna be your main dude of it, but he can use it. It's kind of nice. It's not as bad as say he only has potential in physical ailments, so he doesn't have a potential in a weird stat that he never uses, which is also nice. I say yeah, he's pretty good. He's really good if you're doing a physical build character, because he's how you get above +1 in the first main area. And I think, does that make him A? Would I say that makes him A? I mean, that is a niche thing he does. It's a pretty good thing that he does. That's pretty good for early game. Because, getting above +1 for a physical attacker, going to +2, is pretty huge early game. Because that just means you reduce your MP cost for your main character. Which is kind of nice. Is that worth a spot? Is that worth a whole other tier up? Honestly, I think it is. Because physical builds are pretty, are a pretty solid choice, and, that just helps you so much with physical builds early game. Yeah, I'll put him in A. You know what? Fuck it. I'll put him in A. Being weak to dark sucks. But having the ability to go higher than +1 in a physical skill, I think makes him A. I don't think he's as good as Neko Shogun, but I think he's pretty solid in A. I think he deserves A for that. Probably it's probably gonna be so weird when we get to the late game demons and some of them go in A and you just got fucking Neko Shogun, the level 5 cat dude next to fucking Beelzebub or whatever. It's some late game thing or Sandalphilon or whatever. It's gonna be funny. It'd be the funniest shit. It's yes, I have rated them. Yes, they are equivalent. Get fucked. No, it's all right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'll put him in A. Why not? I think he's just kind of above the B1. I've used him in both playthroughs, and he's been pretty. He stays on the team for a pretty long time, even for early game too. So I say he's A. Next is Earthus. Earthus is the first elemental. There are 4 of these bad boys throughout the entire game. Oh wait, hold on. We should probably rate the Matamas, right? Okay, what should we rate the Matamas?
Ooh.
Should we put them in F tier just for memes?
We sure can.
I moved those 2. Okay, whatever. Matamas. Let's rate the Matamas real quick. Matamas are going in F tier. Can't recruit them. Even if you could, all they have is debilitate, and they can't do anything else. They're a pain in the ass because their affinities are always random. They run away immediately. Fuck them. You know what? I'm putting them. I'm putting a tier below F, and I'm putting them in the Matamas. Fuck Matamas. Hold on. Add a row below.
Just we get in the only thing in the F tier is the Matamas.
No, we're putting Matama tier. Matamas. They're going below F. Yeah, you get put in the Matamas tier. Yeah, no, fuck, like Matamas. What are they? Like, why? Like, you can't recruit them. Even if you could recruit them, they'd be horrendous. Yeah, no, they're just bad. They're also annoying and a pain in the ass to fight. It's like, oh.
I will say that out of the Matamas, in regards to most useful, the least useful is gold, blue, red, yellow.
You mean black?
Come up for the gold one.
The gospel one is
I was
black.
going to call it gold because I've gotten used to just calling it gold.
That's fair. I would say the gold one is more use. The yellow one or gold is more useful than the red one, but that's fair. I think the
Yeah,
black and blue are the most useful. Yeah, but like the
yeah.
fight. But yeah, no, they go in their own tier.
The
Matamas.
the red one can give large amounts of grimoires and is one of the only ones that can show up in groups of four, which is nice. While the yellow one is only really useful in the final area because that's when you're really going to get proper money.
Yeah.
So if you kill them.
Yeah. All right. Who's the next one? Oh yeah, it's the first elemental, so it's Irithis. Okay, where is
I think I
Irithis?
only ever got one of them.
Yeah, they're so Irithis. So the elementals are fusion only demons, and they are very low level, but they are incredibly expensive because they are the quote kind of the easiest demons to fuse because there's a ton of combinations that result in them, so you can very easily get, and also they're basically like used to get late game stuff by just fusing, like say a tyrant with an elemental, you can get like an upgrade version of that race. So like they're very good for fusions, and you can only get them through fusions.
Yeah.
They
I
are
think it
there.
was the air one that I got.
So Irithis. I hold on. I'm gonna put this in D for right now. I'm gonna look at it real quick to see how good it is. Why is this? I thought I turned this. I literally turned this. What? I literally turned the volume mixer on this all the way down. Hold on. No, it went back up to 5. Why? Okay. Now it's a 0. Okay. So Irithis. Just looking at it real quick. Um, you know what? Honestly, if we're looking at it from an honest perspective of if you're fusing this at the level you can, right at the level you can,
Yeah.
I think it's honestly B. I think it's honestly high B. Oh, why
Okay.
am I moving? Why am I moving Gremlin? That's not who I wanted to move. Why is it moving Gremlin? Get back in there.
Yeah, there are only a couple ones that I would really say might what they are. And it's just kind of the ones that I actually properly use skill wise.
Yeah. Now, Irithis is like okay stat wise. He's like not anything like special. He's around. He's kind of like 12, 11, 8, 9, 9. He's kind of like a tanky magic user like Pelida. His resistances, they're the exact same as Sandman. No, they're the exact same as Catsith. He resists electric, is weak to wind. Um, I think though what makes him good, and in B tier is his innate skill and his just normal skills. His innate skill is electric enhancer. So basically, if anyone has below +3 in electric, he raises it to +3, which is great because nothing has +3 electric at this point. So if you have him in the party, he will raise everyone's electric potential to +3, which is also great for your the main character because they start with Zio, and it's good for other demons that use electricity. He comes with Zio, Mazio. He comes with Zio, Dustoma, and he gets Mazio, but at level 12. So basically, he he has +3 in electric, and he has +1 in ailment. So he does have potential in Dustoma. So he does have a little bit of an increased chance to inflict Mirage. I'd say Aerithis is a great electric user for early game. Like +3 is really good for early game. Like that's like a bunch of it. That's like more damage and less MP cost than any other demon for electric attacks. The one issue I have with him is that he doesn't get Mazio, his like third skill, until level 12, which means you have to level him up 3 times, which is a lot for a demon. Especially one early game. So that kind of sucks. But I do think he is still worth it if you need an electric attacker, because he does, for early game, because he does have the highest electric potential. I just think it's like, and I think if you get him at level 9, he's pretty good. Just be aware that if you get rid of him and then try to resummon him from the compendium, he's gonna cost like a ton of money. He's going to cost like way more than any other demon you will get in the compendium for a while, just because elementals cost a lot, because they're useful for fusions. They're in that retrospect. I don't think he's A, just because he does only do one thing. He does just have Zio, and that's basically it. He's not really a physical attacker, and he doesn't really get anything else for like 3 levels. And at that point, if you get into level 12, you're probably already like switched him out for something else, I would assume. So yeah, he's like okay. I think he's okay. I don't think he's A. Is he A? Nah, I don't think he's A. Just because, like, I don't think he is. I don't think he's A. I feel like I need more tiers, but I'll do that later. Hold on. Okay, sorry. So yeah, I think he's B. I don't think he's like. I mean, I make if I make like more tiers and I do like a B plus, I might put him in B plus. But yeah, for right now, I'm just gonna keep it for here, and then if it gets too like crowded, I'll make more like differentiations.
All you cowards out there talking about taking a run at me? Hear this now. And hear it plain. Louis. I own the night.
Okay. Next is Potboy Agathion. Agathion. Be honest, Agathion, he's gonna be a C. Potboy's gonna be a C. Oh yeah, he's one of the first ones. Sorry, I like his design. I think he's funny, but he is definitely C material.
He just doesn't really have much going for him that helps him stand.
Yeah. So Agathion, like I'm gonna say it right now. 2 weaknesses. Sucks. He does know electricity, which is cool. He's like an early game null, but he's also, to compensate, he's weak to ice and he's weak to dark, and dark's an insta kill. So that really sucks. His stats are just okay. He has pretty good magic, and then all the rest are just like average. decent agility, decent luck, good, okay vitality. His skill is Thunderous Melody. It's like fire and wind. It's like the fire and wind melodies beforehand. He just increases the damage you deal when you hit electric weaknesses. He comes with Zio, and then at base, and then he gets Dia and Tsukukaja by leveling up, which Tsukukaja is raising an accuracy evasion of one ally by 1 rank. He has +2 in lightning, +2 in support. So he doesn't have any potential in healing, which does kind of stink. Honestly, he's okay. He's not anything spectacular. He doesn't really stand. The problem is like Kisune mentioned earlier, he doesn't stand out. He doesn't really stand out among the crowd, especially early game. He's just like does his little zap. If you level him up, he can raise your evasion, and then that's about it. And he also has healing. But this is like he just doesn't really stand out. He doesn't have anything spectacular about him, anything cool. 2 weaknesses hurts him a lot. And being nullifying electricity isn't really that huge when the main character can only do that. So that's like a nullification that's not really like super great to have because it doesn't really increase your overall null stuff. I don't know. I just think for the point you get him, you're like at the around midpoint-ish, or like starting to get to the midpoint-ish of the first main area. And Agathion is kind of like, I feel like he wants to be like a little bit earlier to stand out a bit more, but like at the point where you get him, it's just kind of like it's a little bit of a crowded field, so you kind of like lose him. I don't know. I just I think he's eh. Next, Angel. Angel, I'm going to put. I'm torn between B or A for Angel. That's funny, A for Angel. You know what? I'm gonna put I'm gonna put Angel in A, and here's why. So Angel is going in A. It's only because of their exclusive skill. The only reason I'm putting them in A is because of their exclusive skill. Otherwise, they would be in B or C. Just because of how useful their exclusive skill is on higher difficulties for the early game. For hard, specifically. I'll talk about that in a second. First off, let's talk about Angel just in general. Angel stats are kind of decent, except for their magic, which is 16. 16 magic is really good for early game. Weakness-wise, they know light, which is great, but they're weak to wind and dark, which sucks. Being weak to an Instico effect always sucks. It's never fun to just be hit by a weakness and just instantly die. Especially on hard, you have a high chance of just instantly dying if you get hit if you're weak to dark or light, so sucks. Their innate skill isn't anything to write home about. It's Blessed Melody. It increases damage when people strike a light weakness. There's not that many demons that have light this early. The Angel is the first one to have light. And the only other one early conflicts with you don't really want with Angel, so But skill-wise and potential-wise is, I think, where Angel becomes much better. Angel is the first demon to have Hama, which is the weak late skill. They learn Patra and Recarm, which are okay skills. Recarm just saves you on revival beads, which is nice, and Patra is just it's not as good early game. I'd rather have me Patra, but that's later, so it's nice to get rid of poison early game, which is okay. All the rest you can just kind of wait out. But the thing that makes Angel A tier, and why I put them in A tier, is Humble Blessing. Slight HP recovery to all allies. Basically, this is media before you can get media, which is so useful. It is so nice to have a healer that heals the entire party, especially on hard. Like, this skill saves your ass on hard, especially since the only other demon that can get media isn't until like level 17. So this is your only like full party heal outside of using items, and it's so nice. This is why I put them in A, just because of that, having that, because they have something that only they have that's incredibly useful for for a good portion of the game, for like a decent portion of the early game. Plus their potentials are also just really solid. +3 in light, +2 in healing, and +2 in support. Unfortunately, they don't get any support skills naturally, which sucks. I do wish they did get some support skill instead of like Recarm. But I will take that. I will take having no support skills for having Humble Blessing. I will take that. But yeah, anyway, Angel is really good. Probably the best healer early game. They're probably going to be. I will say they do fall off when the first media user gets available, but like they're your party healer until then, and they're very useful on hard, and I think they're A tier just because of that, just because of their unique skill. If they did not have Humble Blessing, if there was another demon that had media earlier along with them, I think they would be B. But I think just because they have early access to a party-wide healing skill, and that's basically what they have, I think they're A. I think that's fair. I think that is super fair. Okay, sorry, I'm just checking Discord real quick. Okay, next one is Malphus. Yeah. Malphus.
Part of that or no? No. I have that to your list. Okay. Let's see if they got this 31.
Oh, sorry. Okay, Malphus. Malphus is, I think, I'm gonna be honest, Malphus is a D for me.
Yeah, there's plenty of that. Plant.
Where's Malphus?
Throw that at you. Might add that to your list.
Malphus not here? Did they not have Malphus? What? Where's Malphus? Oh, no, there he is. Okay. Oh, he's in a weird spot. Okay. I might have moved him in a weird spot. I'm going to put Malphus in D.
Yeah. I'd put the specific size to the shot.
Alright.
Let's say do up two.
Now, I think Malphus... Now, Malphus defensively isn't bad. Resist light, resist dark, and weak to lightning. That's not that bad. Resisting light and dark is kind of nice. And only having one weakness is nice. Stat-wise, they're not great. 6 vitality is bad. They have decent magic at 13. They have good magic at 13 and good agility and luck at 15 each, which is pretty good.
Who is it?
Malphus. Crowboy. Their passive skill is when there's when an Amaga Koi, when you use like a Magasui skill that has a Maga Koi on it, if you inflict an ailment, you won't consume a press turn icon, which is very niche. especially on hard when you have a decreased chance to inflict ailments. Their base skills are Dormina and Marin Karen, can inflict sleep and charm. They get Mazan by level up and Makajama by level up. Halfus is, that's why I did wrong. I thought it was M, but it was H. Halfus isn't very good in my opinion. Has +2 in wind and +2 in ailment, which is like the only two things it gets. So cool, but I don't think Halfus is very good. Having the ability to attack or like do the basic attack or inflict ailments at base at this point is bad. And the only other thing it gets is Mazan. So if something resists or nulls wind, Halfus isn't doing anything. You're just praying you get a status condition, which on hard you have a 30% less chance to. So it's not likely. Yeah, I just don't think this is good. I mean, I might even put this in F, like, cause like, I'm gonna put Halfus in F. Like, I don't see a way. I don't see a way you're bringing this on the team. I'm gonna be honest. Because until this thing is leveled up,
but like never use them in fight.
yeah. Because like, the first thing is you have to level this up just to get a skill, and then if something resists or nulls wind, you're dead. Like, you're not doing anything, which is just not great, especially when your other thing is ailments. If like that's the problem I think with like specializing in ailments is that like if you only have one other thing and you're just doing basic ailments, it's rough. It's just rough, especially since he doesn't start with ailments. So if you want to use him right out the gate, you're just doing basic attacks or just praying you hit an ailment so that you can help the rest of the team. And I don't think that's like... I don't think that's good. I think he is probably the worst demon so far. Just in like, he doesn't have a niche. Like, his niche is just pray he gets an ailment, and then if he doesn't, you do a normal attack for like 10 damage. Or like maybe like 40.
Yeah.
And he's early game too, so it's not like he's going to be great late game. So it's like, yeah, no. I don't even think he's good early game when he's like joins. It's like, yeah, no. I like his design though. I do like him. He's a crow with a hat, a sword and a hat. He's like a crow noble. I like that. But other than that, yeah, no. I think he's. I don't think he's good. Hold on, it's loading my thing. I'm just gonna periodically upload it to a Discord server where someone gave me the link. I'm gonna periodically upload the tier list as I make more additions to it. Why did it zoom in? It's so weird. We got 17. Woo. I'm trying to download the image. Come on. Yeah, it would be faster to just do a screenshot at this rate. Why did it zoom me in? There we go.
I like this knows what kind it is. Huh.
Alright. Yeah, no, Halfus is very good. Next is Azumi. Azumi, I think, is... I'm going to say Azumi is, at the very least, high C. Or low B. Mainly because of the first major boss. It's the only reason.
Yeah.
I think that's the only reason I can rate them that higher. I'll put them in high C. Azumi it resists ice and is weak to lightning. Azumi stat wise is just balanced, very average across the board. 10, 10, 12, 13, 12. Doesn't have a really spectacular stat. Doesn't have a bad stat though. Innate skills, frigid melody. If you hit an ice weakness, you deal more damage for your entire team. Starts with Bufu, and then gets Scratch Dance and Mabufu. Potential wise, it has +2 in ice and +1 in healing, even though it doesn't get any healing skills, which is kind of sucks. Now, normally I'd put this in C and just leave it like that and just be like, oh, it's just a C demon. Or even I might put it in D just because it's like, at this stage, it's like, it's not bringing anything like cool to the table when you already have like probably a bunch of stuff. But the reason why I put this in low B, high C is solely because the first major boss is weak to ice, and Azumi itself is not weak to fire. So it can hit the boss for its weakness without being hit by a weakness itself. Which I think does have merit. And does make it useful in that one regard. Outside of that, I would not recommend Azumi just because it's just kind of the worst ice user of the like first boss potentials you can bring for ice. But I think it's but I think it does have merit just because of that, having that ability to both increase your ice damage and not being weak to the boss's attacks. Which is really helpful, especially on hard, because you do not want to give bosses extra turns. So yeah, I think I'll rate it low B because of that. You know what? Actually, I'm gonna make a C plus. C plus. And I'm gonna put Azumi in there. And I think I'm gonna put, who else do I put in there? Nah, these are all like C. I'm actually gonna make a B plus too. I'm actually gonna make more tiers. This is gonna be. No, what happened? No, I didn't mean to. No, I don't want Disney Plus. Leave me alone. Let's do B plus. Put this in B plus. I think I'm gonna put this in C plus because I'm gonna put Okay, no, I'm gonna put Gremlin in C plus. And put this in B. Do I think anything else deserves C plus? Nah, these are all kind of like C. They're all kind of like mid. Do I make a D plus? Yeah, probably, right? I need to make these different colors. Hold on. I'm gonna make this a color gradient.
It is.
Matamas can just be like a bright pink. Why not? There we go. Now we got some tiers. I can even do A plus if I wanted to, but I'll keep it at A right now. Yeah, just split it up a little bit more, differentiate them a little bit more, because there's going to be like 200 plus. So I might as well differentiate them a little bit more. A live voting poll. Okay, there we go. Sorry, I'm like posting this to a server. Okay. Oh yeah, you guys couldn't see that. Okay. Oh, I accidentally like minimized it. Whoopsies. Alrighty, let's get back to the tier list. What is next after Zumi? Next is Turdock. Turdock, physical user. Let me see their things real quick. I think he is. How'd this get sound again? I don't know. I'm trying to think. Nah, I think he's C. He's okay. Maybe he's C plus. Yeah, he might be C plus just because physical. Like, what is this one physical skill? It's Gram Slice, right? Oh, yeah. Nope, he's C. He's at least C plus. Where's Turdock? Where is my Skelly boy? Where is my Skelly boy? There he is. Found him. Turdock. I think Turdock is at least C plus. He's the bottom of C plus, or he's top of C. Either way, I think he's C plus. I think Turdock's okay. Weakness wise, he resists dark, weak to wind, so okay. Stat wise, he's a physical user, good strength, good vitality, decent agility. Everything else is kind of bad. His innate skill is Helmsman, greatly increases accuracy for the ally that acts after the user, and lowers the chance of missing if they are inflicted with Mirage. So basically, just don't put him as last in the party order, and you're good to go. His skills, he starts with Gram Slice, which is one of the best early game physical skills. Weak physical attack, but high chance of landing crits. He gets critical slash, which is really bad. It's a physical attack that always crits, but it has very low accuracy. And he also gets recarm. He has +2 in physical and +1 in dark. The dark potential doesn't matter because he doesn't learn any dark skills naturally. I do wish he had +1 potential in healing instead to make recarm cost less. Actually, you know what? I'm actually gonna put him lower than I thought. Yeah, I'm actually gonna put him lower. You know what? I'm actually gonna put him in C. Yeah, I'm gonna put him in C. He does not deserve C plus. I'm actually gonna put they're okay. Yeah, these are all kind of just okay. There's nothing really that's like bad about them. I think he's better than. I don't think he's better than Preda. I think he's better than these, but I don't think he's better than Preda. I think his problem is that outside of Gram Slice, he's a one skill user. He uses Gram Slice and that's it. Now, Gram Slice is great, and being +2 at Gram Slice early game is great. So he does stuff good. It's just outside of Gram Slice, he doesn't have anything. Because Critical Slash is bad, and Recarm is niche, and also, why would you use it on him? Because it costs like a third of his MP. Why would you not use it with Angel? Who you probably have because they're the best healer that early. So he's like a one skill user, but he does that skill well enough that I think he deserves C. Just because being physical is not as bad as being locked to one type of magic. Because there aren't that many enemies that null physical early or resist physical early. So you're fine with doling out physical attacks. Later on, it's more of a problem to just be physical. But for right now, just being physical and having a good one of the better physical skills is fine. I think he does his job decently. I don't think he's any higher than C, just because he is only Gram Slice, and that's it. All right. But yeah, I think Turdock is C. He's okay. He doesn't do any. He's basically just one skill, but it's a good skill and he does it well. All right, next is Unicorn. Unicorn. Wait, does he resist any? No. Okay, he doesn't resist any elements. Unicorn. Unicorn is, I think. I'm gonna say Unicorn is probably. I think Unicorn is C plus. Yeah. I don't. Let me see their weaknesses again. Nah, honestly, I think they're B. Yeah, they're B. Just because of the defensive. Yeah, no, I'm gonna put. Yeah, no, B. Put Unicorn as B. Could be worse. Oh, come on. Unicorn. I'm gonna put Unicorn, yep, as B. I think Unicorn is decent. I think it's good. I think Unicorn is a good choice. Defensive wise, they know light and are weak to lightning, which is good. I know that doesn't have two weaknesses is great early game. They are weak to poison and mirage, which sucks, but they resist charm and confusion. So they do resist status conditions to compensate for being weak to status conditions, which is also great early game. Stat wise, they're mediocre to below average, which does kind of suck. Yeah, their stats are kind of low for that point in the game. Their innate is light enhancer. If anyone has lower than +2 in light, they get bumped up to +2 in light. Which, like, the only other light user is Unicorn is Angel, which has +3. So this doesn't apply to basically anyone except the main character with base skills. So fuck it. But if you give Hama to other stuff, this can help them. Skill wise, you get Dia, Patra, Hama, Sukukaja, and Rekarm. So they're basically healer, support, demon with light skills. Potential wise, they have +2 in light and then +1 in healing and support. Pretty decent early game. I consider them like a diet angel, pretty much. They basically do what Angel does, but worse. There's really no point in running both of them because Angel's just kind of better. I'd say the only issue would be if you want more vitality, because Angel does have 4 less vitality than Unicorn. So if you want something bulkier, Unicorn is the way to go. But to compensate, Angel is just better at way better at healing and dealing damage. So it's like, pick your poison. I don't think Unicorn is bad, and I don't think it goes below B just because it does its job decently. I don't think it's any higher though, just because it is just outclassed by Angel. If you want a support mod, Angel does its job better, just in every way. Better potentials, better skill set, just better. But Unicorn has the advantage in that better vitality, so it can actually take more hits. Better defensive profile, better defenses, and it can be tankier. I don't know. And technically, it does have a nullification. It does have a nullification with less. Yeah, so basically, better defenses for just being worse at what Angel does. So it's just like, you want something more defensive, but worse at healing, supporting, and light damage, or you want something that's better at those, but weaker defensively and could die. It's basically what you're trading off with Unicorn. So I think it does deserve B because there is a trade-off. I think it is an interesting trade-off. But I think if Unicorn had 2 weaknesses, I would put it in C or lower. Just because it is just a worse Angel. But I think there is merit to taking Unicorn over Angel if you need like that extra bulk. I think that's fair. Okay. Next is Obarion. Yeah, it's B. Obarion. I think Obarion. C. Yeah. C is kind of just my gutter tier list. I just kind of throw. C has so far been my gutter part, where I just kind of throw the things I don't really know where to put, so I'm kind of like, it's C. It's like, fuck it. Goes in C. Who gives a shit? Yeah, fuck it. Put it in C. It's like, fuck it. Yeah, I'll put Obarion in C. Yeah, no, Obarion goes in C. Is it C plus material? I eh, eh, eh. God, God, I feel like if like anyone would watch this as like a YouTube video, they'd be like, "Fucking hell no! You put that shit in fucking A! Get the fuck out of here!" It's like, the fuck out of here! You don't know what you're talking about. Bad at video games. Bad at the video game. I think. I feel like I need to move stuff in C because like C is like in really crowded. I think he's C plus. Is he C plus? Oh shit. Okay. Yeah, I'll put him in C plus. Why not? He does his job pretty well. All right, Arbarion is level 12. 2 weaknesses, which sucks. To only resist 2 resists, it's okay. Not great with 2 weaknesses. Decent stats. His only low stat is magic, but he doesn't use magic, funnily enough. His innate is physical just out. He increases the damage of his physical attacks based on the physical skill potentials of allies in the active party. I don't know how this works in terms of scaling. It might just be every positive you get like a certain percentage. It's probably like a plus 2% or something like that. Or maybe it is just like plus 5%. I don't know, per number. Which I think is a good skill. Which I think is a decent skill, innate skill. It's better than a lot of other early game ones, which so far have been like ranging from like good to like why? How would I ever get this to work? He comes with Secunda, Sukukaja, Bouncing Claw, and Patra. He starts with Secunda and Sukukaja, and he gets Bouncing Claw and Patra later. His potentials are pretty good. +3 in physical, +1 in healing and support. He is the first, I think, +3 in physical. Yes, he is the first +3 in physical. So he has the highest physical potential of anything thus far. So his Bouncing Claw is going to do quite a bit of damage, and it is guaranteed to at least 2 hits on someone. It will mostly do 2 hits. Sometimes it would do 3, very rarely. I think Obarion's decent. He can heal status, even though it's kind of niche. He'll do decent damage with Bouncing Claw, and then he'll also be able to debuff and buff you a little bit, which is nice. I think he does his job decently well. I think he's better than the C ones just because he does have good physical potential for early game. Like +3 is great, and I think he does get a decent skill set. It's not amazing, but like it's decent. Like it's usable. It's not like some other skill sets where they're just like, dear God, why? Like Halfus, like, dear God, why have you given him this? But overall, I think he's decent. I don't think he's like B tier at all because 2 weaknesses at this stage sucks. But yeah, he's pretty good. Pretty good. Alright, next is Mermaid. Mermaid. I am going to do something weird. I think Mermaid's at least B to B+. I think Mermaid I rate higher just because of the first boss. Because first boss, it's a little bit... So let me grab... Where's Mermaid? So many demons to start with. There it is, Mermaid. Mermaid, I think I'm going to put in high B, low B+. Mermaid, now defensively, Mermaid is kind of unfortunate in that it has two weaknesses, fire and lightning. That does suck. To compensate, it does have a null and ice, which is nice. It is the first demon, I think, that has null and ice, which is nice. So it's your first null ice, which is, nice. Sucks it comes with two weaknesses, so that does detract it a bit. Mermaid also resists sleep, which is like, okay. Like, sleep isn't that annoying of a status condition, so it's like, whatever. Stat-wise, Mermaid is pretty good as a magic user, so they have high magic for this point, 17. Good luck also at 15. Decent agility, and the rest is kind of bad. Their innate skill is Pandemonic Feast. While in the active party, allies with Toki effects will have multi-hit attacks accuracy and max possible hits increase. So if you do the critical one, you will hit more times with multi-hit attacks, and the accuracy will go up. Mermaid also is another demon with a unique skill, Stormcaller Song. This is a skill that does 3 to 6 weak ice attacks to random foes. Which at minimum does 3 Bufus to a enemy, which is an insane skill for damage wise. The other skills she gets are Dormina, which is chance of inflicted sleep, Marin Karen, which is charm, and then Rakukaja, which is raised defense of someone. Potential wise, Mermaid is pretty good. +3 in ice, +3 in ailment, and +2 in support, those are the 3 types of skills it learns. So it gets good potentials on everything it learns for early game. Normally I would rate this demon probably C+, or even C, like probably C+. But Mermaid does have a few positives going for it. Its unique skill is good. And I'd say it's the first, it's like unlike Damon's unique skill, it's not bad. Like, it's actually the second unique skill that's actually worth a damn. It is actually really good. The first major boss in the game is weak to ice, and Stormcaller Song is one of the best ways to deal damage to its weakness, because it just hits a minimum of 3 times. And can hit even more if you do the Amagatoi critical skill, which you probably will in the fight, just to deal extra damage. Being weak to fire is unfortunate for the first boss, but I take it as a trade-off for doing really good damage. I don't think it's any higher than B+, because of its 2 weaknesses and the fact that vitality-wise it's not the best, so it is a little bit squishy on the health side. But also it comes with 122 mana, which is the highest mana pool of any demon that you can get at this point. The only one that comes close is Angel at like 109 at base. And Mermaid beats that by like a good 20 points. Yeah, by like a good 19 points. So Mermaid has a lot of chances to use their unique skill, which I think is good, because we will get to some demons later that do have MP issues, and early game, and some demons I've covered do have MP issues because of their low MP. But Mermaid has a lot of MP for this point in the game, which is great. So that, combined with the fact that it has a really good unique skill, it's good for the first boss, and it has good potentials for the skills it learns naturally. I think it goes in B+. Now, it is only ice, which does kind of stink. But there aren't too many things early game that null ice. This Mermaid is the first thing that nulls ice early game. So, there's not too many things that null ice, unlike wind, where you find quite a bit of things that resist or null wind early game. So, I think it's pretty good. I think it's pretty decent. I think it's a pretty good demon. I almost always take Mermaid because it's helpful for the first boss, and it's just a really good magic attacker for early game because of the unique skill. So I think it goes in B+. It's like Zutun-Shi. It's like, you use it, you probably will put it on your team at some point early game for just a little bit, and eventually you'll get rid of it, but it's still good. It's not, god tier, but it's still good. You know, I'd say it's good. All right, next is the second element, Eros. 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 I am gonna put Eros. I am actually gonna put Eros at. What is let me see Eros again. Do I think it's as good as this early? Let me see what has Zan recently. Oh, Malthus. Okay. Yeah, no. Alright, so I'm actually going to put this in C. Let me check something real quick. Yeah, no. This goes in C. This element, Eros, is not as good as the first element. I'm just going to be frank. Resistance-wise, it resists wind, is weak to lightning. Stat-wise, it has great magic, same magic as Mermaid. A little bit worse overall in terms of stats, but it's decent. It's basically just a magic user. It's innate skills force enhancer. It all allies with lower than +3 force potential go up to +3, which is great for any force users. It gets Zan, Makajama, starts as Zan and Makajama, and then it gets its last skill, Mazan, at the next level, which means you don't have to wait 3 levels like the other elemental. The problem with Eros is that unlike the first elemental, where it can actually boost a lot of demons' damage with lightning, there's very few demons with wind that come around Eros's level. The only 2 that come around Eros's level are Halphus, which is really bad, and Fortuna. And Fortuna already has +3 in wind. So it's not buffing Fortuna. The next one lower than it is Sandman at level 8, which is 4 levels below, which at that point you're probably not using those on the same team. So because it's early game and you're like switching out demons a lot, so like yeah, so its skill is significantly worse because of what period of time it comes in on, which does put it lower. And I think overall it's just not as good because I don't know. I think because of that, it is a tier lower, just because like it's not like doing as much as the previous elemental did. It is a good wind user. Don't get me wrong. And getting Seal on a boss is insane. Like if you could get Seal off on a boss, they basically do nothing, which is great. But the problem is you're very rarely going to get it. Because almost every boss resists Seal. Because the game knows that Seal fucks with bosses. Absolutely. But yeah, I think he's C. Because all he is a wind bot, like Halphus. He's basically Halphus, but I put him higher than Halphus because at least he has good magic and way higher potential in wind than Halphus. Because Halphus only has +1, I'm pretty sure. No, Halphus has +2. But I think his passive ability is better because it does at least buff someone instead of Halphus's, which is just like pretty bad. And I think he does have good magic, so he will actually do good wind damage. And I think he is useful for that point, just as a wind magic user, so he does have merit there. But I think he is definitely worse than the other elemental. And I think that is fair to put him in C. I think he is noticeably worse than the first elemental. Because the first elemental, I could see merit in putting on your team. Just because so many early game enemy demons just have Zio, and he comes at a point where you can just slap him on and boost someone's IO, including your main characters. But I think retroactively speaking, I think he's not any better than Z. Okay. Okay, next is Nyami Nyami. Okay, Nyami Nyami.
Oh.
You know what I'm gonna do?
What?
You know what? I'm gonna put Nyami Nyami. I'm gonna put him in B plus. Where is he? There he is. Nyami Nyami. Nyami Nyami. Basically, Nyami Nyami has the exact same defensive profile as Mermaid. Weak to fire, weak to lightning, blocks nulls ice. His stats are noticeably worse than Mermaid's. His stats are actually just straight up worse in every way. He either ties or is just straight up worse, even though he's a level higher. And instead of resisting sleep, though, he does resist Mirage, which is like, okay. His innate skill is he increases the damage of users' ice attacks based on the number of hits dealt by allies during the turn, which is just like, if you get a bunch of multi-hit attacks, he can do a lot more damage with ice type attacks. I don't know the percentage, but is what it is. He has a unique skill called Glacial Dragon Spiral, which is a weak ice attack that pierces. So he just doesn't care about resistances. So he will always. So even if the enemy knows or drains ice, he will hit this and deal damage. He also comes with Bestial Bite, which is the weak physical attack that does more damage if it crits, has a higher crit multiplier. And he also learns Life Drain and Mabufu. His potentials are he only has +3 on ice, which sucks. +3 in ice is great, but like having only that sucks. I think he is B plus just because he is the first character. He is the only demon for a long time that's going to have a pierce skill. And pierce skills are really good. It means you just ignore resistances. You don't care. You can just always... So he can always do his best attack. I think outside of that, he's not... No, you know what? I'm going to put him in B. Yeah, no, I'm going to put him in B. I think having Pierce is really good. Having Pierce is really good. And I think being really... And he's really good at ice type attacks. But he is definitely just a worse mermaid. He is worse than mermaid in pretty much every aspect. HP, MP, overall stats, skill set. Overall skill set. Potentials, he's worse. Like, he's just... I think... well, no, not skill set. I think overall his skill set is, in my opinion, slightly better than Mermaid's. Just because he has more variety when it comes to attacks. But I think overall he is just worse than Mermaid in every way, which does, I think, drop him down a tier. And it does make him harder to use for the first boss than Mermaid, because he is just worse in everything, so he will die faster. But I think he does have merit. I think he does get at least B because he is an early game demon with Pierce, and he is the only demon with Pierce for a very, very long fucking time, which is really nice. so he does not care about the enemy's resistance to ice. Everything else is just kind of whatever. It doesn't really matter. Like +3, he does ice and he does it well. That's all he does. And he doesn't care about, and unlike other demons, he doesn't care about the resistant ice. So I don't know. I think he's at least B, just because he has Pierce, so he just doesn't care about resistances. But I think outside of that, he's just a worse mermaid in basically every way. Yeah. Alright, next is Tsuchigumo. Tsuchigumo is...
Crab. Well, crab spider thing.
Tsuchigumo is, I think I'm gonna be a little bit harsher with Tsuchigumo. Oh, he's a big boy spider. Where is he? Tsuchigumo, I'm actually gonna put him in D+. Tsuchigumo is he's kind of bad, not great. Stat-wise, he's okay. He's pretty tanky. 16 vitality, 14 strength. He's a mixed attacker, so he's a tanky mixed attacker. He's weak to ice and charm, and he resists lightning and poison. He is one of the last he is the highest level wild battle demon you can get before the first major boss. His innate skill is Forager. While the active party, the time before relics can be collected again will be shortened, which is useless in battle, only really useful for gathering money. So you put him in the party to get more money, and that's about it. Skill wise, he gets Mazio, Tarukaja, and Bouncing Claw. Which is an okay skill set. It's like an okay skill set. Potential wise, he sucks. +1 in physical, +2 in lightning, +1 in support is not great. It's not good. At this stage, that's like something you see on like level like pre-10 demons, and at this stage you kind of want +2 in multiple, or if you're not getting +2 in multiple, you have +3 in something to compensate, which kind of sucks. I think overall he's just like an okay dude. I don't think he stands out in any way. He's not really good against any bosses. Because the bosses are weak to lightning. They're single target dudes, so like Mazio doesn't really work. I don't know, he's okay. I don't think he's anything spectacular. I think he does suffer from the fact that like we've had so many demons that have just that same kind of like potential subset that he kind of just like at this stage you kind of want something a little bit more. And it's kind of like when you get him, you're like, oh, he's kind of just like mediocre. So I just feel like he gets D+. I feel like some demons probably here deserve D+. Do I think he's better than like Turdock? No. Yeah, no, because at the stage where you get him, it's like you're going straight to the boss, and then afterwards you get better stuff than him that are just better at what he specializes in, which is lightning and physical. So like there's no real point in using him, in my opinion. I don't know. I think he's like very similar to, at least he has potential in physical, unlike Mandrake. But yeah, no, I don't think he's very good. Yeah, D+. I feel like I gotta put some demons much lower. Alright. I feel like I gotta fucking figure out what C tier is, because I feel like I've put too many demons in C tier now, and I feel like this is not as bad as like some demons in C tier. I'm gonna put Sandman in D+. I think I'm gonna put a Gathion in C+. I think I'm gonna leave the rest, because I feel like you use Kodama more than Sandman and Agathion. Because Kodama is your first like wind user outside of like Pixie. I think can be just like an upgraded Pixie at that stage. just to kind of differentiate them. All right, Bicorn. Bicorn is, I think. How do I want to rate Bicorn? I think I gotta rate Bicorn at least B. No, I think it's C plus at best. 2 weaknesses, yeah. 2 weaknesses is rough again. All right, Bicorn. Bicorn is weak to light and lightning, but nullifies dark, which is sucks to be weak to light. Does put a damper. Stat wise, they are physical users. They have great strength, good vitality, and like good agility, decent agility. Their innate skill is critical melody, while in the active party increases critical damage of physical attacks for allies, which is really nice. Increasing crit damage is nice because you get the skill that makes you can make everyone crit. So he just increases the damage of that skill, which is really nice. Did I put him in C? Oh, I might put him in B. Skill wise, he is only one skill. He comes with Beatdown, which is one of the best skills, physical skills early game. Is a weak to heavy physical attack to one foe. The more HP you have, the stronger it is. Beatdown is really good damage wise, especially if you have high health. And then he also comes with Charge, which greatly increases the next strength based attack, and Beast Eye, which raises his accuracy. So he basically is only one skill. Potential wise, he has +2 in physical and +2 in dark, but +2 in dark is useless. I think overall, Bicorn is good. He's a good physical user. He has a great physical skill. The only problem is he only has that physical skill, which does suck. So outside of that, he's not really doing anything. Except, basically his whole turn is click charge, click beatdown, click charge, click beatdown, click charge, click beatdown, click charge, click beatdown. That's all you're using him for. Unless you fuse him or give him more skills, which you can. But that's not what this hero is about. You can give anyone any skills, so I'm not going to, like, rate him higher because, oh, I can give him better skills. No, it's like, he does come with charge, which does increase his damage by quite a bit. So he is a high damage physical attacker. The only problem is, 2 weaknesses sucks. Only being able to do one thing, one type of attack sucks. Especially because if he loses HP, his main attacking skill will be reduced in damage quite significantly. And I mean, we're talking about like it will be like halved, which does suck. So overall, I don't think I can rate him higher than C+. If he had another skill, like even just one, I'd probably put him in B. But the fact that he only has Beatdown, which is based around HP, does hurt him. If he had like other stuff with Beatdown, yeah, 100%. Because then you could spam Beatdown when you're high on health, and you could use something else when you're lower on health. But yeah, right now I put him in C+. I think he is the best in C+. I think he's definitely the best in C+. I think he's better than Izumi. But I don't think he's anything spectacular. I don't think he's B tier. I think the demons in B tier are definitely better than him. I think these demons are definitely better than him. I think these are way above him. I haven't found many A tier yet. I guess because like early game, there's not many. Yeah? No? Not on the internet. No. Sorry, hold on 1 second. Hold on, I should pause this. Okay. So I'm back. I have calmed myself down. Sorry you had to hear that. That was not cool. Um, basically, my friend, basically, I had to exit the Discord call. I was on with my friend, so I will be doing at least parts of this. Not with my friend, probably the rest of it, not without him, which makes this significantly worse. Hold on. I can try to get up on my phone, but it'll be worse. It'll be worse quality, but that's the best I can do. Hold on 1 second. Let me pause the recording real quick and I'll be right back. Okay, sorry, I didn't realize I didn't unpause. So, yeah, sorry if this is going to be no music type thing. It's going to be pretty silent. I can't control it. I wish I could. Like, I wish I could just like use the internet on my time off without being yelled at or being made to feel like shit because I am, or being told to get off. But I don't have that luxury, so it sucks. And it doesn't help the negative thoughts. But I'm gonna try to work past it. We're gonna try to continue this, work past it, just keep chugging along. Okay, so where were we? I was on. Okay, so I'm moving to Jen. Jen. Jen, I think is C plus. Is it B? Is it B? I think the answer. Well, let me see its defenses. Defensively, how's it going? No, I'd say C plus. Yeah, I will put it in C plus. It is one of the bottom units at least. We're getting there slowly but surely. Then I'm gonna put in C plus. Yeah, now you can hear the game. Probably very faintly. Zen, weakness wise, weak to fire, resists dark, mirage, and poison, which is nice. Means it's less likely to get afflicted by them. Stat wise is just pretty average. 15 strength, 11 luck, vitality, 9 magic, 14 agility, 11, 16 luck. Doesn't learn any. Oh, it does actually learn a magic skill. So actually having low magic means it's one other non physical skill, which just sucks. It is so far like the worst one at magic that gets magic. Okay. So, passive is Deathly Affliction. When in the active party, raises all allies' accuracy and crit rate against foes that have ailments. So it does help it because all its physical attacks, most of its physical attacks do give ailments. So it does raise its own, I think, accuracy and crit rate. So if you can get lucky with the ailment, then bada bing, bada boom. Or if you teach ailments, because it doesn't get any natural ailments, which sucks. So you just have to get lucky with its physical attacks. It's 2 physical attacks, which does suck. It comes with needle spray. Needle spray is a really for innate skills. Needle spray is a really good one. 1 to 4 weak physical attacks to 1 foe. High chance of landing crits. This does have a really high chance of landing crits, and it does hit multiple times. So there is that same high percentage on every single hit, and you can hit one enemy 4 times if you're really lucky. Although usually you only hit like twice. But still, really good skill. Toxic Sting is just weak physical, but you can poison. It gets Zio, which it's bad with because its magic is garbage, and it gets Madness Needle, which is Toxic Sting, but instead of poison, it's confusion. Potential wise, it has +2 in physical, +1 in electric, and +2 in ailment. Doesn't learn any ailment skills though. I have a sneaking suspicion that the ailment does affect the secondary chance on physical skills, because this is like the third or fourth demon in a row that has that. So my guess is that it does actually work like that. Um, and if it doesn't, well, shit. um, Personally, I think Jen is C plus. I think Needle Spray does carry it very heavily, and I think its other skills are kind of just a wash. You use this for Needle Spray. You don't really use it for. You don't definitely don't use it for lightning attacks, and you definitely don't use it for the other two. You use it because Needle Spray is really good, and it's like the only user of it for a long time. In previous games in the series, Needle Spray would probably be a gun skill, but in this game, gun got removed and changed to just physical overall. So yeah, um, I think it's good. It's good. It's a decent demon. It comes to side. It can bring it to stuff, and Needle Spray does still put in some work. But other than that, it's like nothing super spectacular. At this stage, it's just kind of like okay. It is annoying though. It is really annoying to fight because it will crit a lot with Needle Spray. So yeah, I think I put it at C plus. Yeah. I also have to use the bathroom like really badly, but I also don't want to go and get yelled at. Man, I don't want to get fucking yelled at. I'll deal with it. I'll do a little bit more. Okay, Nozuchi, Feet Boy, Feet Elephant. Okay, so Nozuchi. See what Nozuchi gets. Okay, yeah, we're gonna do something I like to call. We're putting Nozuchi really low. I'm gonna put Nozuchi in at least D. It might even be F. I'm putting Nozuchi in D at the very least. At the very least, yeah. At the very most, I'm gonna put it in D. Nozuchi is not good. Nozuchi, stat wise, is 108 HP and 69 MP, which is like okay, pretty tanky. Bulk wise, really low MP. Um, it is the first demon that has a resist in physical, which is significant. It is the first demon to have a resist in physical, which technically every enemy has a chance can use a physical attack, so it has a resist against technically every single enemy. And stat wise, it's really high in strength and vitality, and not much else. Strength and vitality are really good. Everything else is kind of crap. It also resists poison, which is helpful. The problem is it is weak to fire, light, ice, and lightning, which does suck. Being weak to 3 elements sucks. Its innate skill is Tempest. When the user resists or knows an attack, chance to counter with a medium force attack with a chance of insta-kill. This will only apply to physical attacks or poison attacks, and it's only a chance. This skill only really works if you get hit with physical attacks. If you're not getting hit with physical attacks, this skill will never proc, which just suck. Skill wise, it learns lunge. It gets counter, which is you have a chance to counter strength based attacks with a weak physical attack. It gets taunt, where it can draw enemy hostility for 3 turns, and it gets life spring, which increases its max HP by I think 30. Or no, it's a percentage, right? Yeah, life spring is a percentage. I don't know exactly what the percentage is. I think it's like 10%. I think it's 10%. Yeah, I think life spring is 10%. And then great life spring is like 20 or 30. But yeah, overall, this is a D demon. Potential wise, it gets +2 in physical and +2 in support, and that's it. Yeah, this is D. Having resistant physical, good. Being weak to 3 elements, bad. Innate skill is okay. I'd say it's okay. Um, the problem is the insta kill effect won't proc on bosses because bosses are immune to insta kills. So, but it's a medium force attack. The problem is it doesn't have magic. So, medium force attack with it 9 magic ain't doing much. The main problem with Nozuchi is its skill set sucks. Only having lunge is crap. Lunge is just not the skill you want to have as your only skill, especially at this point. Like early game, you could get away with it. Like maybe at level 3 to like 6, you could get away with lunge. At this stage, you don't want lunge. You want something way better. And I think it's just not good. It's just like you like at this stage, like you add it to the team, you're going to be giving your enemy a lot of press turns, and it's not going to be doing much back other than hoping it gets hit by a physical attack, which you can make likelier with taunt. But the enemy can also just go like, I'm going to use a magic attack, and then Nozuchi just crumples because it's physical, because its physical bulk doesn't count magic. Its magic bolt is terrible. So I think I believe so. I believe it crumples to most magic attacks, especially with its 3 weaknesses. I think overall it's not worth it. There's so much. There's so many. Now I know. Now it is the first physical resist you get in the game, which does have some niches against physical users, physical boss users, or just physical users in general. But I think that's it's a niche use for only like 1 to 2 enemies, and then you're never using this. And I think, of course, later on there are things that do this better, and there's even better demons that can do this. Like you can just use like a better demon like Bicorn, who can actually deal damage back, or like a different demon. Because if this thing didn't have just lunge, I would put it in way higher. But I think what holds this thing back as well is that it only has lunge, the worst physical attack in the game, other than the low accuracy ones. So, like, it's on the level of slime in terms of like damaging. So, like, nah, I think it's pretty bad. I think it's D tier. It's on the same level as Mandrake. It's like if it had something other than lunge, I'd put it higher because of that physical resist. But other than that, no. You have to give it skill inheritance to make it useful, which I think puts it lower. So yeah, D. Do I think it's better than Mandrake? Yes. Do I think it's like way better? No. Sorry, I'm like checking just my Discord real quick because I can't. I'll pause it real quick. All right, sorry about that. I was checking something, and I have so I started watching I have Hulu on my phone, and I took off my headset just to like give my ears a chance to breathe. Oh, because there's no point. I can't use the internet outside of doing this for this anyway, so I'm just watching stuff on my phone, which doesn't use internet. Anyway, next one, Aquans. Okay. Oh boy, he's probably even worse. Yeah, let's just get this out of the way. Aquans, I'm gonna put him in D. My boy. I'm gonna put Aquans a D. I think it's D plus. The elementals, as you can see, are getting worse and worse. Okay. Okay, Aquans. Weak to fire, resist ice. Yes, okay. It's not great for this point. It's like okay. Stat wise, great magic. Pretty mediocre to okay. Everything else, like magic 20 is great for this early. It's got 15 luck, 13 agility, 11 vitality. Oh yeah, I probably shouldn't watch Snowfall because they do say the characters are do say a lot of the you know the N word just because of how the place is. Because of the white characters, it's just that would be a problem. But yeah, this is much good lines. Like, that doesn't have any racial slurs. That could be potentially in trouble from it happening on a TV show. Not that I would ever say that something like that in real life, because like why? Okay, so innate skill is Ice Enhancer. Anyone who has less than +3 in Ice will get it raised to +3. Not that great because everything at this point that uses Ice that you would use at this point has +3, except for Azumi. But I don't think you're using Azumi at this point with Aquans because it's like a 3-level difference. Comes with Bufu, Poisima, and Mabufu, so not skill set wise, it's not great. It's just weak ice to everyone, and poison. That's it. Potential wise, it just has +3 in ice and +1 in ailment, like the others. I think so far the elements have been getting steadily worse and worse in terms of just how they are in terms of gameplay, and I think Aquans is just fallen under the. It's just I think Aquan suffers from the fact that it's the same thing as the first elemental, but just 6 levels later and a different element. And at the stage where you get Aquans, there's nobody that's benefiting from that except your main character. Like, for the first element, multiple demons can benefit from the extra Zio. For this, it's like 0, for like maybe 1. For this, it's literally 0. There's nothing that benefits from Aquans. Well, there is one thing. There is one demon that could technically benefit from Aquans. But the other thing is that they have the same weaknesses, so you probably wouldn't put them both in the same party. So there is one, theoretically. But yeah. Other than that, I just think Aquans is just a bad elemental. It's probably the I don't know what the last one is going to be. The last one is probably going to be worse than this one because they seem to be getting worse and worse as we go on. But nah, I don't think Aquans is that good. I think at this stage you want something that like has more than just ice. Or no, okay. So let me retract that. It's a decent ice attacker. Let's get that right. It's a good ice attacker. It's the good one. But uh, the previous two had unique ice skills, and this one doesn't really stand out. It's just a ice user. That's it. It doesn't have anything else going for it. It can't do any physical skills. It doesn't get anything. It can maybe poison someone, but if something resists ice, you're fucked. It knows ice, you're fucked. So, because all it can do is poison, so it can't do any other cool elements. So yeah, I just think it's not good. I think it's at the point where you get it, it's not that great, and I feel like you would go for other options that have more variety or do something more. You know, its magic is pretty high though, so it does do quite a bit of ice damage. But I think overall, it's not very good. So yeah, D plus. I think it is better than I think it is probably one of the better ones at D plus. But yeah, Fortuna. Okay, Fortuna. I think Fortuna is B. I think Fortuna is a solid B. Fortuna. I think Fortuna's B, at least. Do I think they're B plus? I think they're high B, at least. Fortuna. Fortuna has, unfortunately, two weaknesses. Weak to electric and dark, which does suck being weak to dark. And nullifies wind, which is good nullification. Has insane magic for this early, 21. And 8 good luck at 18. Decent agility, the rest is kind of bad. Has Force Gestalt, which increases the damage of uses force attacks based on force potential of everyone in the party. Which can either be a really good one or really bad, depending. Skill wise, they get Zan. They start with Zan, Dia, and Lifespring, and they get Hama and Rakunda by level up. Potential wise, they have +3 in Wind, +2 in Healing, and +1 in Light and Support. They are the first demon to have more that they have 4 positive potentials, which is actually really nice. So they can do a variety of stuff, and they have a variety of skills, so they can do a variety of things. I think they're B because they are the first demon who feels like they can do multiple things at once and do them each at least decently. Which I think is really cool. I think Fortuna does have downsides. Weak but low vitality does suck, and having two weaknesses, including one to dark, is unfortunate. But I think Fortuna is good in the sense that like they're a good wind user, a +3, really good early game wind user. Their passive ability is decent. If you have another wind user, even at +1, it can increase their damage and increase force damage overall for the entire party. And they do a variety of things and do really good roll compression, I feel like. Because they can heal, they can do wind, they can do light damage, and they can buff and they can debuff the enemy. And Rakunda is lowering defense, so they can make your team do extra damage, which is nice. I don't think they're any higher than B because, again, two weaknesses and just being frail kind of sucks. But overall, I think they're pretty decent. Like, for the point you get them, they're a pretty decent wind user. I've used them in both playthroughs I've done in the game, and they've done pretty decently, you know? Like, yeah, I think it's pretty decent. B. Um, I don't think she's any higher than B. Is she better than, like, the other B users? Yeah. Yeah, I think she's about the same or better. Yeah. Okay, next is Mokoi. Yeah, D. Yeah, D. I'll say D. And McCoy. Yeah, McCoy is D, I think. Milkoi is unfortunate. Defensive wise, it resists lightning and is weak to wind, which is not, which is like okay. Stat wise, it's just balanced. 15 strength, 15 vitality, 16 luck, 12 magic, which is a little bit low for what to be a magic user. Their innate skill is compounded calamity. They while in the party increases damage for all allies when striking weaknesses of foes that have ailments, which is like okay. Basically, it needs setup. You need to give them an ailment, and then when you hit them with a weakness, they take extra damage, which is like, eh. Skill wise, they start off with Pulimpa and Dustoma, and they get Zio and Trifury, which Trifury is just you get a guaranteed escape. Potential wise, they have +2 in lightning and +2 in ailments, and that's it. I think Mokoi really suffers from their skill pool. At base, all they have for damaging is auto attacking, and then the only other things they get are Zio and Fury, and that's it. Which isn't great, because magic wise, Maokai 12 magic isn't enough to really do a lot of damage to Zio, especially on hard. And Fury is, while useful on hard, is niche in the sense that, like, you're only using it to escape a battle. You're not using it to win a battle. You're using it to get away from a battle that you might lose. So I think overall it's not good. I think its skill pool, innate skill pool, really fucking hurts it. Because at base, all you can do is normal attack with it until you level up and get Zio, and then you can do a pretty weak Zio. I think it's better than Halfus only because of Fury having that niche in hard mode where you can actually where you can use it to escape battles, because it's very hard to escape battles on hard. Like random battles on hard, you basically have to fight because you're not escaping them. Your chances are extremely low. So I think that it has to have that little niche. It's a tiny niche, but it does have that because it is the earliest demon to get Fury. So yeah, overall, I think it is better than Halfus by just that tiny bit. But yeah, so far Halfus is the only one in F. I'm pretty sure there's at least one more demon that's going in F. Yeah, Mokoi I think is D. It's not good. Its skill pool really fucks it over. I'm gonna be for real. Skill wise, this thing is fucked. Okay. Next is Epsaurus. Now, my friend who was on the Discord call earlier, he is planning to use. He did test himself by using Epsaurus for the entire game, and he's gonna bring it to the end or try to. So I do give him props for that. Epsaurus is. Let me see. I'm gonna say Epsaurus is C. Let's see. Epsaurus is a decent C. Epsaurus is weak to fire and confusion, and resists. Epsaurus is weak to fire and confusion, resists ice and sleep, and is immune to charm. Stat wise, they're pretty good in magic, agility, and luck, and then everything else is kind of bad. I mean, luck is only okay, and then the rest is kind of bad. Their passive is Ice Gestalt. They increase the damage of users' ice attacks based on the ice potential of everyone else in the party. They start with Bufu and Mabufu, and they learn Patra and Tarunda. And Tarunda is lower attack of one foe by one rank. Potential wise, they have +2 in ice, +1 in healing, and +1 in support. Overall, they're just okay. They're an okay ice user that has other options, but they're not great options. They can at least lower the attack of the enemy, which is always nice. But when your only healing skill is Patra, it sucks. And having only +2 in ice when all the previous ice type users had +3 sucks. So overall, Epsaurus is doing less ice damage than everyone else, unless you have a team full of ice magic users. Yeah, I think Epsaurus is good for the first boss. I will give her that. But I believe Epsaurus is not as good for the first boss as Azumi or Mermaid is. I think Apsaris is only decent against is good in the fact that it can hit with ice type attacks, but not good in the fact that it's weak to fire. And yeah, that's basically it. I think it's C. I think it's okay. You can use it. You can use it for the first boss. It's pretty decent for that. But a lot of people do. And I think it's okay, but I don't think it's anything great with just its base skills. For just going off of innate skills. Like you can teach it good skills like media and all that. If no, wait, you can't get media. This isn't until this is before you get media. Yeah, but other than that, I think it's okay. It's not anything spectacular, but it's okay. It's usable. I think it's roughly around that. I don't think it's as good. Huh. I think it's better than Aquans, just because it can do more than just ice, and it has a buff, and it has a debuffing skill. But I don't think it's anything great. I think it's actually, yeah, I think it's C, pretty okay. The okay demon at Tivaras. Do I put them in B plus? Do I think they're B plus material? No, I think they're B. Okay. So Atavaris, resistance wise, it's immune. It's nulls fire, resists poison, and is weak to ice. Stat wise, it's pretty balanced. 12 strength, 12, kind of mediocre strength and vitality, good magic agility, good luck. Innate skill is fire gestalt, so it does more fire damage based on the fire potential of your party members. Um, uh, Atavaris comes with a unique skill, Mirage Shot. It is a medium fire attack to one foe that has a chance of inflicting Mirage. It then also learns Miragi, which is a weak fire attack to all foes, and then Concentrate, which greatly increases the damage of the next magic attack. So it's basically a charge for magic attacks. Charge is physical, concentrate is magic. Um, I think what really carries Aitvaris is its unique skill. It is the earliest demon to get a medium magic attack, and it does really high magic damage. Like it does really good magic damage because of that. Everything else around this point is stuck using weak magic attacks, but this thing is using medium, which is just another, which is a cut above, which helps it out a lot. And the fact that it inflicts Mirage can help you deal with some enemies because they'll just miss on their turn, and you'll get extra press, and you'll get like free turns where they won't be able to do anything. Um, so potential wise, they have +3 in fire, +1 in ailment, and +1 in support. The ailment doesn't really matter because they don't learn any ailment skills, but the +1 support is very minor. Just decreases concentrates MP cost by like 1. Just like, oh boy, one less, one less MP on concentrate. Woo. But yeah, no, this thing is B mainly because of Mirage Shot. Mirage Shot carries this thing, and this thing does pretty good. Is one of your best magic attackers early game, near the end of the first area, just because of this. You know, like the late mid to like the mid the midish to late-ish part of the first area, and I think it's B because it is really useful. Do I think it's B plus? Yeah, I think it's honestly B plus because that skill does carry it. Just having like medium magic damage that early when no one else does for like quite a bit, I think puts it in B plus. Because I always use this thing because it has a really because of its unique skill. Like it doesn't really need anything else. It appreciates other stuff just so like it doesn't get like completely shut down by stuff that resists fire. But there's not much that nullifies fire this early outside of Atavaris. Because you're past Hydra at this point, and Hydra is the one thing that resists fire early game. And a lot of things are actually weak to fire early game. So this actually has the twofold combo of having being no, you know what? I'm gonna put it in A. Fuck it. We're gonna put this in A. Because it is the only demon with a medium magic attack this early, and it comes at a point where a lot of bosses and enemy demons are weak to fire. So it helps so much. And this thing is pretty good. I always put this on my team at this stage just because like it does good magic damage. I will say it doesn't deserve S in any way, shape, or form because it cannot handle anything that doesn't resist fire. Anything that resists or nulls fire, it is crap against. But it's really good for that point in the game. I think it deserves A. It's like Angel and Neko. They're really good for the points you get them, and that's about it. Wait, I have to pause it. Hold on. Okay, so I've unpaused. I've been talking with someone on a Discord server, and I will raise Nizuchi from D to D plus, and I think I'm gonna lower Slime. I'm gonna retroactively lower Slime because I think Nizuchi. Because someone did mention that counter and its passive ability can proc at the same time, which I didn't know, which I think does add a lot. I still think it's not great because only having lunge sucks, and yeah, I just don't think it's great. Anyway, back to pause for real quick, 1 second. All right, we back. Sorry, I had to use the bathroom and was talking to someone else about stuff and stuff. Okay, so we finished with Ativaris, which I think I put in A. I think just because of how good they are early game. I might do an A plus. I'm probably gonna do an A plus. Hold on, which means I have to readjust every color. Okay, add a row below. A plus. Okay, so hold on. I'm gonna make this like any other color I can do. I'm just gonna do purple. Change. Thank you. There you go. It's gonna be purple. I don't care. I'm too lazy. It's a color gradient except for purple. Okay. Just leave me be. All right. So next is Epon Datra. Let me just look at his skills real quick. I think Epon. What is his passive? I I think he's at least B. He's at least hitting me with a B. Where is he, Pandatra? Where is he? Where is 1 foot? Where is the annoying man? If I had to put him in terms of how much his voice lines annoy me, I'd put him in F. Because he annoys me a lot. But in terms of gameplay, I would say he is a solid B. I think I'm gonna put this in C plus. Because honestly, yeah, it has Pierce. I'm gonna put. I haven't put unicorn. Oh my god, let me move them. Hello. Put unicorn in C plus. I think it's a little bit. I think it's worse than these two. Yeah. Okay. I just moved some stuff around. Okay, so Ippon Datra. I think it's better than these guys. Much. Alright, Ippon Datra. Stat wise, he's pretty good. Pretty decent, good physical attacker, good strength, good vitality, great vitality, good luck. Low agility, which kind of sucks because his accuracy is going to be low, but we'll deal with it. He resists fire and is weak to light and poison. Being weak to light sucks because you can get insta killed, but it's better than being weak to light and something else. His passive is 1 foot hop. While in the active party, reduces damage against and raises evasion for allies who draw enemy hostility. This is actually works really well with Ipandatra because one of his skills is taunt, which draws enemy hostility. He gets that by level up. He starts with beatdown, which is really good, and heat wave, which is pretty decent. It's just a weak physical attack to everyone, so it's a multi-hitting. It's a enemy-wide physical attack, which helps for clearing out mobs. His only other skill he gets outside of these and taunt is Tarukaja. He raises the attack of one ally by 1 rank. His potentials, he has +2 in physical and +2 in support, and that's it. Which is the only 2 types of attacks he learns, so it works out. Overall, I think he's pretty decent. He's a pretty good physical user. I think he's a step above Bicorn in the fact that he has a physical attack that is not beatdown, so he can actually deal damage to things that aren't, damage to things when he is low on health. His passive works really well with his with taunt, so that when he taunts, he takes less damage and he gets boosted evasion, which is nice. He won't be dodging much on hard mode just because his base agility is really low at 9. But on lower difficulties, he has a chance to dodge stuff. His only problem is defensively. He's not that great. The only thing he resists is fire, and he's weak to an insta kill attack. So like if the enemy has light and you taunt, you're basically you could just get insta killed, which sucks, and that chance is increased on hard. But overall, I think he's solid. I think he's a B. I think he's a solid B. He's definitely a step. He's definitely like one of the best physical users so far that we've seen on this tier list. I think the only one that compares is Zutun Chi, and Zutun Chi is only better because he raises your main character's physical potential. So I think he, in effect, gets higher because he is important just that like very early game to get your physical skills better if you're doing physical builds. Bro, I think Apondatra is like a good, decent physical attacker for like late early game, for the late parts of the first main area. He's not like anything. I don't think he's like spectacular, but I think he definitely is a step above Bicorn. And I think he is and he does have beatdown, which is like the best physical skill for like early game, just out of just raw damage. So yeah, I think he's good. Plus his passive skill is actually pretty good with what he wants to do with his stats, and it's not just kind of like it's a kind of like the least. It's kind of like a very helpful, like not as niche thing. And I kind of enjoy it. I think he's pretty good. All right, next is Lei Lanan Sid. Sid Hay. Sid he. Okay. Gonna be. I'm torn on this one. I think I'm going to do C for Leihan. And that's because I'm torn. Because Leihan has some good things about them and some bad things about them. I think they're C. Where are they, though? Because I cannot find them. Oh, I have to go more. There they are. Okay, so I think they're a solid C. I think they're better than these. I think she's about the same as Upsaris. I'm gonna be frank. So Leihan. Leihan comes at level 17 with decent stats. Not okay vitality, good magic, okay agility, okay luck. Um, resistance wise, their defensive profile sucks. They're weak to wind, light, and poison, which sucks. But they nullify dark, which is, I think they're the first enemy to nullify dark. No, they are the second because Bicor does that. Okay. Um, their passive skill is Burden of Talent. While in the active party, all allies that have ailments take increased damage, but chance of inflicting ailments increases. This is a shit passive. This is a really shit passive, especially on hard mode. It basically means you take, when you have an ailment, you take increased damage, but you can have a higher chance to give the enemy an ailment, which is very niche in my opinion. It's like not worth it. You'd rather not have an ailment. And if you were doing extra damage, I could see like a niche with like a niche like high damage octane build, but just to get increased ailment chance is not great. Um at base she has Marin Karen, which is charm. This is the first enemy with demon with Curse Siphon. You get slight MP recovery when inflicting status ailments. I believe you get plus 10 MP when you do a status ailment. And then she starts with Mudo, which is a light dark skill. She also gets Media and Mamudo by level up. Leinan Sid is the first demon to have access to Media, which is great. Potential wise, she's +3 in Dark and Ailment and +2 in Healing, which is good. That's all the types of skills she uses. And +3 at this stage is good, is great. Um, I rate her C exclusively because she is the first demon to get Media. And she is the only demon that you can get pre-Hydra other than Angel that has party-wide healing, which is really important. And I think because of that, she at least gets in C. Everything else about her, I'm not a huge fan of. I like that she's the +3 in Dark is nice. The focus on ailments and only having one kind of sucks. Not gonna lie. Curse Siphon is niche, like getting +3. +10 is nice, but you primarily don't want to be as like on hard trying to go for ailments a lot of like hardcore, in my opinion. Um being weak to 3 things and one of those being an insta kill magic sucks. Um especially for this level. It just sucks. Um and overall, I think she has those are like, and overall, her durability isn't amazing. 82 health is not great for level 17, but I think she at least gets C because she has Media at a point where like nobody else does except for Angel, and she's probably the best healer for Hydra because she has Media. Now, unfortunately, she can only do Media like 4 times because it costs 23 MP for her, which does suck because her MP isn't like fantastic. There's only 115, but still, I think she's good. I think she's decent. I think she at least gets C because of that. I don't think she gets any higher than C just because having 3 weaknesses, including one being an insta kill weakness, and also just not having much else going on outside of Mudo and healing, which is decent, I will say. I think she at least gets C. I don't think she has anything that's super like spectacular outside of that. You know, because if there's an enemy that resists or nulls dark, she only has Marin Karen in healing, which does which is rough. And only having 9 strength, it's rough. But I think she at least gets C just because of that early game media. I almost want to put her in C plus because I did that with Izumi. And I'm trying to think. Only because I think she's really good for the first boss, and that's it. Yeah, you know what? I'll put her in C plus just because she's good for that first boss. Just because of the healing. I'm trying to think. Nah, I'll keep her in. I might put Izumi back in C. Because he's not that great, honestly, outside of that. He's not that great. I might. So. Yeah, if I'm putting Izumi in C plus, I might as well put her in C plus as well, right? Or I might put Izumi in C. Like right along with her. I think I'll switch these two. Yeah, I think I'll switch Izumi and Lane On. Just because I think Lane On healing is more important on higher difficulties than being immune to the fire. Not being immune to the fire. I still think he's better than Apsaris. And I think he's better than this. I think he is high C. I think she's like lower C plus. I'm trying to readjust these. It's better than Bicorn. Like a Bicorn. There we go. Yeah. I'm trying to just readjust these guys based on how I think of them. I think he's. No, I don't think he's better than Pixie. Oh, I think actually. Hold on. Okay. So I got distracted. Anyway, yeah, I think C plus is fair. Who's next? Sudama. Sudama. Alright. Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm gonna be really mean to Sudama here. I'm gonna be really, really frank with this fucker. This is literally just Halfus just later. I'm not even gonna be nice to Sudama. I'm sorry, but Sudama, you're going in at least F. I'm gonna put Sudama's going in F. Let's be frank. All right, Sudama. Level 17. Weak to fire, ice, and sleep. Resists confusion. Blocks wind. Stats are mediocre across the board. Nothing spectacular. 16 magic and agility, but nothing else. Virus carrier is its passive ability, which is garbage. Same as Mount Halfus's. Skills are starts with Mazan, and then gets Zan and Makajama, and that's it. Potentials are +3 in wind, +2 in ailments. This thing is pretty bad. I'm not gonna be frank. It's pretty bad. Wind and ailments. That's it. 3 weaknesses is awful. Um, has a useless passive skill. Like this thing has nothing going for it. At least it has +3 in wind, but like you can just use Fortuna, and Fortuna does more than this. I don't really see a use for this other than like you didn't get Fortuna and you really need a wind user. I guess put Mazan on, but there's so many better wind users that like this thing is like why? I don't know. Like I don't see the use for this. I'm gonna be for real. I maybe it goes in D. Maybe I'm being too harsh with this, and it's not as bad as Halfus. But like it's Halfus 5 levels later with just +1 in wind. That's it. There's like no difference between these two. It's just you get one slightly later than the other. And it's like, why? I don't know. I feel like this is just as bad as Halfus, because, like, something resistor blocks wind. Except this one has even less status conditions to inflict. I would say it's slightly better in the fact that Halfus is fucked if at least one enemy resistor blocks wind. If there are multiple enemies and there's one that doesn't, this can at least attack because it has normals on. But other than that, I'm gonna be real frank. I don't see the utility. Oh, sorry about that. Took off my headset because there's no point. But yeah, gonna be real frank. I don't see the use of this. I'm putting this in F. Useless passive, wind and ailments, multiple weaknesses. I think it could arguably be worse than Halfus because it's at a later point when demons have started to get that slightly better, and this thing is not good. It just isn't fucking good. I'm sorry, it's just not fucking good. This thing's stats are horrible. Its stats are bad. It's like it has 12 strength when it doesn't have any physical skills. 83 HP, 98 MP is not great when everything is starting to get either at least 100 in one or the other. Like, it's just not good. And being weak to the 3 things sucks. Most likely, like, what are you doing? At least it blocks wind, so, like, you can bring it to Nuwa. It's not gonna fucking do to Nuwa, but you can bring it to Nuwa. I don't know what you're doing to Nuwa with this shit, but power to you. Yeah, no, bad. Fuck Sudama. Honestly, bad. Alright, next. Andros. Let me be perfectly frank with Andros. Okay. Alright. Oh. Oh, okay. I'm gonna be real frank with Andros. Be real frank. Yeah, I'm gonna put Andros in D plus. I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna start being a little bit harsher. Um, Andros is the second. Okay, so I'm gonna put him high D plus, low C. Andros joins at level 17. Stat wise, he is immune to ice. He knows ice. He resists charm, and he's weak to lightning and light. So he is weak to an instant attack, which sucks. Stat wise, his stats suck. I'm going to be completely frank with you. 13 strength, 13 vitality, 12 magic. Fucking blows. 20 agility and for 20 agility and 19 luck. What? Why? Why did you pump it all? Whatever. Doesn't make sense. His passive is Catastrophic Gales, increases the damage of users' force attacks based on the number of hits dealt by allies during the turn. It's okay. It's a niche attack. If you put him near the end and you do a bunch of multi-hit attacks, you can rack up a lot of damage. I guess it's fine, yeah, but you have to like stack your team full multi-hit attacks and put him at the end. Skill wise, he starts with Poisima and Sukukaja, and he gets by level up Critical Wave, which is better Heat Wave. It's a weak physical attack, but it has a high chance to crit. He has Bouncing Claw and he has Zanma. He is the second demon to get a medium magic attack, and his Zanma, which is a medium force attack. Potential wise, he has +2 in wind, +1 in ailment, and +2 in support. I wish he had potential in physical, because he learns 2 physical skills, but he has no potential in it, which blows. Overall, I just think Andras suffers from bad stats, bad stat distribution. Having his stats focus on agility and luck is not good. Especially on higher difficulties on hard mode, it's like you're not really innately dodging. You need to get stat boosts to dodge. And while he can boost his accuracy and evasion, he's not going to be doing much damage. Eichvoss, who we saw earlier, will be doing more because he actually has +3 in fire, and he has a medium attack, and he has a magic stat. Andros has 12 magic. That's not great. That's mediocre at this stage, and it's like, I don't know. I don't think he's that good. I think for the second demon to get a medium magic attack, his stats are just too bad at that stage to really warrant going for something that has 2 weaknesses. And plus, you don't even get the medium magic attack until like 3 levels in, which does suck. So it means you're stuck with oh yeah, and at base, right? At base, you're stuck with poison and raising accuracy and evasion. All you can do is normal attack with him at base. Yeah, so no, this guy's awful. Yeah, no, this guy is crap. I will put him not in DNF just because he has that medium magic attack early. And Critical Wave is a good physical skill. He does have good physical skills, Critical Wave and Bouncing Claw. But his stats are crap. No, you know what? Does he deserve D+? Yeah, he kind of does. Yeah, no, he deserves D+. He's not as bad as the guys in D. Yeah, he's not as bad as the guys in D. But yeah, no, he's not. He's not very good, in my opinion. Just because base can only normal attack, and it's like... And you can't even use his passive for 3 fucking levels, at least! What the fuck? Who designed this? Yeah, no. That. Alright. Now we are getting to the first special fusion. High Pixie. How I'm going to work with special fusions is special fusions are the only demons I will use skill inheritance to matter for them. And that is because I will only count the skills that they can get from the base demons they fuse into, because you're always going to have access to those skills to put on them, which is fair. So High Pixie is the first special fusion. Hold on. High Pixie requires Pixie and Angel. Okay. Oh shit, that fucked up my level thing. So Pixie is Pixie and Angel. So it does get access to Hama, Pacha Rekarm, Dia, Zan, and Rakukajima. Okay. Not great. High Pixie. I'm not a big fan of High Pixie. I'm gonna put High Pixie in. I'm gonna put High Pixie in C. I'm gonna be real frank. Where's High Pixie? But High Pixie in C. Where is it? Where is it? There it is. High Pixie. I'm gonna put High Pixie in C. I think High Pixie is mediocre at best. I'm gonna be real frank with you. High Pixie is stat wise pretty good. 23 magic, 20 agility, pretty really good. 16 luck is okay. Rest is kind of bad. Stat wise, pretty good. Resistance wise, is weak to ice and resists wind, confusion, and mirage. Oh no, confusion and seal. Passive ability is electric gestalt. Increases the damage of your electric attack based on electric skill potential of your allies. Base skill wise, it starts with Zio, Dia, and Secunda. And it gets Zanma and Concentrate by level up. Which is like okay, skill wise. It gets a medium force attack. Right after Andros at the same level, so completely validates Andros. But the downside, the one cat thing I don't like about High Pixie are its potentials. It has +1. It has +1 in electric, wind, healing, and support, and that's it. It doesn't have anything higher than +1, which means it overall feels like it's doing less damage than other demons that specialize in those attributes, which sucks. And I feel like High Pixie is like a jack of all trades and does a lot of things like decently, but doesn't excel at any one thing. And I feel like it wants to like excel at one thing, and it just kind of feels like it's mediocre all around. I don't think it helps that its passive ability just isn't very good for it, because the medium spell it gets is Zanma, which is wind, not electric. If it got Zionga, I think Electric Gestalt would work better with it. But because it gets Zanma instead, it feels like Electric Gestalt just feels kind of like weird on it. I don't know. I think it's okay. And I think it is a very good like first special summon in the game to teach you that like, hey, you can take your Pixie and special fuse it to get like a better Pixie. And I think it is a better Pixie. But do I think it is better than Pixie was at the point of the game when you get Pixie? Do I think it's better at this point in the game than Pixie was at the beginning of the game? No, I don't think so. I think it is mediocre. It's okay. I don't think it's spectacular. I don't think it's great. But I don't think it's bad either. I think it's just okay. I just wish it had higher potential in one or two areas. Like, I wish it had +2 in, like, wind and healing. Or, like, wind and support. And then I'd be like, okay, B tier. Because, like, it actually has, like, a thing. But I feel like it's too spread out. It's too spread out in its potentials. And I'm just like, yeah. I just never really use it that much. Because it's just like, I'd rather use something that's more specialized. I will say, having Secunda early is nice. It is one of the early Secunda uses. And then that, yeah. It's decent. Okay, next is the last elemental, Flamus. I'm gonna be a little bit honest with you guys. I'm gonna be very frank with you guys. I mean. Okay, I'm gonna be very frank with you guys. This is the worst elemental. Yeah. Yeah, this is the same thing as the ice elemental. I will say Flamus does have one demon it can help. So I think it is better than the ice elemental, I think. I'll put it here for right now. Let me see. See if they share weaknesses. They do not. Okay. So Flamus is the last elemental. It is resist fire and is weak to ice. Its stats are okay. 22 magic is great. Good luck. Go to Jody. Everything else is kind of mediocre. Its passive skill is the same as the other elements, except for fire. Fire enhancer. If you have lower than +3 in fire potential, he raises it to +3. Skills. Base skills are Agi and Pulimpa. It gets Miragi through level up, and it has +3 in fire and +1 in ailment. It's literally the same as the other elementals. But at this stage, Agi has started. Agi is kind of you kind of want to. This is this part of the game where you're kind of transitioning away from using weak skills and you're kind of transitioning into medium skills. So only having weak skills sucks. Not gonna lie, it sucks. Having weak magic at this point kind of sucks, and only having it not being able to learn medium so magic kind of sucks. It suffers from being an elemental, so they're all the same kind of like shtick, and this just suffers the worst from it because it's the highest level. I do think it is better than Aquanus, or no, Aquanus, simply because there is a demon that it can buff that it does not share weaknesses with, and it is actually a worthwhile buff to that demon's fire potential, and it's actually the next demon we're going to talk about. So I think that in and of itself does give it a niche over the ice one, which buffs fucking shit all except Epsaris, and like, woo, Epsaris gets +1 ice. You could just use Mermaid. I don't know. You could just use any other ice demon, but whatever. But yeah. I think Flamus suffers from being an elemental. I feel like if it wasn't stuck in this rigid um depiction and it could get a medium fire attack, it would be way better. It'd probably be it'd probably be up there with the lightning elemental. But since it can't, it's pretty bad. I will say it's better than the ice elemental, but that's not saying much. Yeah, they're bad. Let's be frank. Let's be real. The elementals are kind of bad. The only really good one is the lightning one. The rest are kind of mediocre to bad. And that's just it. Whoa, what's going on? All right. Yeah, sorry, I got distracted. Yeah, no, I think he's not the worst of the elementals. I think that's definitely the water one, the ice one. But yeah, he's not good. Yeah, anyway. Next one, Archangel. This is a demon that can work with the fire elemental. Archangel. I think Archangel is actually good. I'm gonna put Archangel in B. I think Archangel has merit. I think he's pretty decent. I think Archangel's B. I don't think he's B plus. I think he's B. I think he's a solid B boy. He's a solid boy in B. Do I want to put Damon in B? Yeah, he's kind of good early. Pelly, yeah, Pelly does kind of good early too. Has a good unique skill. Yeah, Archangel. Okay, so Archangel is weak to lightning and dark, which sucks. Two weaknesses, not great. But nullifies light, which is nice. Also being weak to instant kill sucks. Has balanced stats across the board. No stat that's really bad, but no stat that's really good. His agility is actually pretty decent at 18. His innate skill is focused assault. He raises his accuracy and critical weight when attacking the same single target as the ally that acted before the user. So if you don't put him as the second person, actually if you just attack with the same person as the person before you, you get more crit. So that's nice. He starts with Heat Wave and Hama, and he gets to level up Tarunda, Critical Slash, and Agalio. Critical Slash isn't great, but his passive does make it so you have a higher chance to hit with it. So, does help. He is the first character. He is the second. I would say he's the first demon to get a medium fire attack, but no, he's the second demon to get a medium fire attack. And with the fire elemental, you can increase the potential to +3. Potential wise, he's +1 physical, +1 fire, and +3 light. Overall, I'd say he's a pretty solid choice. I think what saves him are his balanced stats and his decent skill set. His skill set isn't bad. Focusing, he's mixed magical and physical, and he works in both. I think being able to do 2 elements in physical is pretty good. It's kind of unique in that way. There's not really another demon that does 2 physical and two an element 2 physical. It's mostly just physical and or usually 1 element or maybe 2. So he does have variety, and I think that helps him a lot with trying to fight. Now, I think what does hold him back is his 2 weaknesses, and I think his low potential in both physical and fire. Now, you can use Fire Elemental. I will mention that just because he is the same level as Fire Elemental, and it is a thing where they don't show weaknesses. So it is a niche, and it can help him because his magic stat isn't bad. And I think overall he's decent. I think he deserves at least B. I don't think he deserves any higher because having 2 weaknesses sucks. But I think having a slight focus in physical with physical attacks is nice. It's better than fucking Andros. And I think overall, like, the next boss doesn't, the next boss uses lightning. Fuck. He does have a fire attack for the next boss. I don't think he's a good user, a good fight person to pick into that fight, but he is a person to fight. But yeah, I think he's okay. I think he's like good. I've used him both times, and he's been pretty decent in both. Don't bring him to Nuwa. You can use him for the stuff before Nuwa, and he's pretty good in those. So, yeah. I don't know. I think he's good. Mm-hmm. I don't know. Maybe I'm rating him a little bit too high, but no, I think he's okay. Next is Legion. Oh, Legion. I think Legion is C plus. I'm gonna give him a good old C plus. Legion. He should be easy. Yeah, there he is. It's pretty easy to see because he's he's one of the few purple dudes. Yeah, I think he's better than. I think Legion's C plus. I think he's okay. He's a little bit better than okay. Okay, sorry. Yeah. Legion I think is C. Yeah, plus. Legion is weak to like electric and light, but nullifies dark. So it's very similar to Archangel, except it's their light and dark resistances and weaknesses are flipped. Stat wise, he's actually very similar to Archangel in the sense that his stats are very balanced. Except while Archangel's highest stat is in agility, Legion's highest is in vitality. Um, Legion's passive is Twilight Melody, while in the active party increases damage when striking a dark weakness for all allies. He starts with Mudo and gets Berserker and gets by level up Berserker God, which is a medium physical attack. Makajama and Curse Siphon. I think he's decent. I think what saves Legion from being really bad is Berserker God. Oh, and potential wise, he has +2 in dark, +2 in ailments. I think potential wise, he kind of sucks. Only having access to one Mudo and one ailment, and having potential in only those two, kind of just stink. Curse Siphon doesn't really help him. It just makes it so that like he might get some MP back when he hits Makajama, but he has to hit it, and that's not really happening on hard. I think what saves him is Berserker God. Having a medium, being the first demon to have a medium physical attack that's not like shit accuracy is nice. I mean, he is the first one to straight up just have a medium physical attack, which is nice and does mean he does quite a bit of physical damage, even if without any potential. Do I wish he had physical potential? Oh, yes, please. I wish he did. But you know what? I'm going to put him in C just because he doesn't have physical potential for the thing he actually deals damage with. If he had physical potential, I would put him in C+, but I have to put him in C. No physical potential when like your best skill is Berserker God, which is a physical damaging skill, is crap. It's crap. I did use him in my hard playthrough. Mainly because I didn't really have anything that resisted dark, and I was kind of fuck out of luck with what I had on my team. My team was really garbage at that point, so yeah. I think he's C. He's okay. If he had physical potential, I think he could be C plus or B. But I think without that, he's just kind of like, eh. Okay. Yeah, sorry, I was reading something and I was like, whatever. Um, yeah. I think he's okay. I think we have physical potential again higher, but no. All right, next is Taki Minakata. Okay, so I'm gonna actually rate this guy as he's probably C. If I'm gonna be really honest, he's probably C. Where is he? He's T. There he is. He's probably C. Best he's like a mid C. Is he a D plus? Let me look at his stats again. You know what? I'm thinking about it. No, he's at least C. No, he's at least C. Taki Minakata. Resistance wise, he resists electric and is weak to fire. So he doesn't have a null, which kind of sucks at that stage, but like better than not have better than having two weak. One is better. One weakness is better than two. Take it. Stat wise, he has good strength and vitality, bad magic, decent agility and luck. His passive is Pandemonic First, same thing as Mermaid, just more multi-hit skills, hit more, and are more accurate during Omega Koi effects. He starts off as Lunge and Shockbound. Shockbound is this is the first demon that has a skill like Shockbound. Shockbound is 2 to 5 weak electric attacks to random foes. If there's only one foe, it'll most often do 2. Very rarely, it will do 3. If there's multiple, it can do up to 5. Um, and, usually these skills are very costly in terms of MP unless you have a lot of potential. So there's a trade-off, but they can do a lot of damage. The other 3 skills he then gets 3 skills through level up. He gets Charge, he gets Zionga, which is the medium electric attack. So he's the first demon to get medium electric attacks, and he also gets Counter. Potential wise, he has +2 in physical and +2 in electric, and that's it. Overall, I think he's a decent, a decent demon. I think he's okay. I think him having 12 magic does hold him back quite a bit. If he had higher magic, I think he could potentially be B or higher. Just because he could be doing a lot, then he could be doing a lot of damage with Shockbound and Zionga. But because his base magic is only 12, his main main source of damage is going to be Lunge, unless he's hitting weaknesses, which is a little bit unfortunate. He does have Charge to boost the damage, which is why I'm also putting him in C. If he didn't have Charge, he'd be like he'd probably be in D plus, or maybe the low end of C. But yeah, I think he's okay. I think he's okay. I don't think he's like spectacular. I don't think he's someone you should like definitely gun for. But like he's okay. I like his design. He doesn't have arms. It's kind of cool. I don't know. He's got no arms. I think he's okay though. I don't think he's anything spectacular. I think he's just okay. I don't really have much more to say about him. He's just decent. Next, Shisa. Are we on demons that are in the second area? Kind of. Kind of yes and no. We're on demons that you start finding in the wild in the second area, but not necessarily demons you would that are not before the first major area's final boss, which is Numa. Okay. Shisa. You know what? I'm gonna be. You know what? I'm gonna be honest. Shisa, B plus. I'm gonna be honest. Shisa's probably B plus for me. I know I haven't put many people in B+, but honestly, I'm looking at Shisa. I think he deserves a B+. Shisa. I'm going to put him in B+. You know, I haven't put many things in B+. I think he deserves it. Shisa. Defensively is Shisa resists lightning and wind and is weak to fire. Oh, and charm. He's weak to fire and charm. Stat-wise, he's very balanced, except for 19 agility. His passive is Guardian Beast. When he resists or nulls an attack, he has a chance to counter with a medium electric attack with a chance of insta-kill, which is actually better than the version Nozuchi, better than what Nozuchi has, because Nozuchi has basically a similar skill, right? But Shisa has more resists / nulls, so he has a higher chance of proccing it overall. And Shisa has way higher magic, so he'll deal more damage. Skill wise, he starts with Bestial Bite and Mazio. Bestial Bite is again the one that has extra crit modifier, and Mazio. He learns to level up Scratch Dance, which is the first time we're seeing this, is 2 to 4 weak physical attacks to random foes. He learns Secunda, and he learns Zionga, which is the medium electric attack. Potential-wise, he has +1 in physical, +3 in electric, and +2 in support. Overall, I think Shisa is a pretty good demon in this game. His potential spread is good. He learns good skills. He has good average stats. His resistance, his defensive utility, his defenses aren't bad. He's not weak to multiple things. He doesn't null anything, which kind of sucks, which I think prevents him from being A. But overall, he has good stats, good overall stats, and he has a good skill set for for the point at which he joins. And he has good potentials. His passive is good. His passive is good and works. His skills are good. His potentials are good. I think what holds him back is just not having a null and not having something that's like super like unique, kind of unique that makes him stand out. So super stand out. I just think he's a really solid demon. I just think he's a really solid demon. For the point in the game in which you get him, he's really solid. Plus, if you get him before Nuwa, he's really good for Nuwa. So overall, I think he's pretty good. I think he deserves a B+. He's definitely not A, but I think he's definitely a B+ boy. He's definitely got the B+ energy. He's definitely got the B+ energy. All right, next is Voiver. Voiver. I don't know how to pronounce this, but help. All right. Okay. I'm actually going to do something. I'm torn between this one. I'm torn between B and C+ for this one. I'll be frank. I'm being real frank. I think I'm going to do C+, only because of its passive. Yeah. Yeah, no. C+ because of the passive, yeah. Where is it? Sorry. Got something stuck in my throat. Alright. Come on. Let me grab it. Okay, there we go. C+. On Wyvern. Now, stat-wise, pretty good. 22 strength is great. 16 vitality and agility good. 18 luck good. 11 magic is low, but doesn't learn any magic skills, so whatever. Defensively, only weak to ice. Resists sleep and seal, and is immune to poison, which is useful for a specific boss, which is this. Later on in hard mode. Skill wise, it starts with Toxic Sting, and Venom Chase. Venom Chaser is a new physical skill we haven't seen yet. It is a weak physical skill attack that does more damage if the target is poisoned. Its innate skill is willpower. While in the active party, allies affected with charm will be more likely to perform the correct action, which Niche. You could just also just get rid of the charm, so you don't have to deal with it. It learns Curse Siphon, Madness Needle, and Toxic Spray by level up. Toxic Spray is a new skill. It has a chance to inflict poison and will also lower the enemy's defense by 1 turn as long as they do not nullify poison. It will always lower the defense, even if the poison misses. Potential wise, they have +2 in physical and +2 in poison. And overall, I think they're pretty good. They're not bad. For the point you get them, they're pretty good. They have a way to lower defense. They can actually through most of through their 2 main physical skills get the MP back with Curse Siphon. Venom Chaser is good if you get the poison. The only downside I would say is they're heavily revolving around inflicting ailments, which is more of a problem, which is kind of hard to do on hard, just out the gate. And I think the other problem is their passive skill is bad. Let's just be frank. Having a less likely chance to do the wrong action while charmed is like niche as fuck. It's very rarely going to be a point where you're like, I would rather be inflicted with charm. I'd rather keep the charm than not use an item to get rid of it. So it's like, yeah, it's niche. I think overall though, they definitely earn C+. I think they're good. I think they're a step above okay, but I don't think they're in the echelon of like the good demons. If that makes sense. Like, just because of their heavy focus on ailments. If they weren't as focused on ailments and they had like a skill that could worked really well without them, and it didn't feel like the whole kit revolved around ailments, which are worse on hard, I feel like they'd be better. I'm losing my voice. I'm talking for 4 hours straight. Help. But yeah. Anyway, yeah. No, I'll do C+. Yeah, I think C+ is fair for them. Sorry. Ah. Okay. Okay. Doing this for 4 hours. Help. Okay. Voiver. Good. Last one I'm gonna do before I send this to my friend. All right. Next one is Rakshasa. 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 I don't know how to pronounce this. All right. What the fuck is this? This is weird. I'm gonna be honest. C. C. Yeah, no, C. Nah, C. I'm trying to think. Nah, C. No, C. It's not anything spectacular. It's just. I'm trying to think. Yeah, no, C. Yep, nope, C. Where is he? At least I'll be able to see him really easily. Yeah, he looks distinct. I think he's better than Azumi. Alright, Raksha. Raksha is okay, I think. So Raksha resists ice and dark and is weak to ice and sleep. He resists light and dark and is weak to ice and sleep. Yeah. Strength wise, he has great strength. 25 strength is really good. 19 vitality is good. 16 agility, 14 luck, good. 10 magic sucks, but he doesn't want any magic. His innate skill is helmsman. He greatly raises the accuracy for the ally that acts after him and lowers the chance of them missing if they have mirage. So basically, don't put him last in the party order, and you'll be good. Base skills are Venom Chaser, which is really weird because he doesn't have a way to inflict poison at all. It maybe it's like a lore thing with his lore. I don't know. I don't quite understand it, but he has Venom Chaser. His other skill is Counter, which is nice. It's just okay. The only other two skills he gets by level up are Grand Slice, which is a good skill, a good physical skill, and Charge. Overall, he's just a Grand Slice bot. I'm gonna be frank. It's his base set. He has Venom Chaser. I don't understand why when he can't poison at all. He has no chance of poisoning something with his base set. So if you are doing skill inheritance, I do recommend giving him some way to inflict poison. Although he won't be good at it, because potential wise he has +2 in physical, +1 in support, and that's it. He has no potential in ailments. I think overall he's decent. He's a decent physical user. He has Gram Slice, a good physical skill for early game, and that's basically all he needs to use. He has nothing else to use. It just sucks that like his only other physical skill is Venom Chaser, which he doesn't even get the benefit of using to its fullest potential because he doesn't have a chance any way to poison anyone. So it's so weird. It feels like he was meant to have a poison skill, but he just doesn't. Um, but yeah, he's just a Gram Slice user, so I'll put him in C, same as Tarduk. He's the exact same as Tarduk, except later. He's just a Gram Slice user, except he has better stats and is 9 levels later. So if you're using Tarduk a lot, you can just get Raksha, and he's basically the replacement. And he has charge. He has charge, unlike Tarduk. So, and if you get charge crits, you're gonna be doing a lot of damage. Yeah, he's just C. He's okay. He's nothing like spectacular. He's okay. I don't think he's anything like amazing. Ah, okay. Next demon. Oh wait, yeah, I have to send this to my friend. Hold on, real quick. Okay, I thought my tier list deleted itself, so I would have cried. All right, Jack O' Lantern. I'm gonna be honest. Jack O' Lantern might be the first A+. I'm gonna be for real. I'm gonna be real with you. No, I think it's A. I think it's A. Yes, yeah, I think it's A. Okay, I'm gonna put Jack Frost in A. At the very least, it is A. The very least, it is A. There's no shot it's anything except A. Okay, where is he? Is his name Jack Frost? No. Where is he? Where is he? Oh, there he is. Jack-o'-lantern, or whatever his name is. He is at the very least A. Top of A. Jack Frost is really good. Jack-o'-lantern, sorry. Defensive wise, he knows fire, but is weak to ice and confusion. Stat wise, he doesn't have good strength and vitality, but he has good magic, agility, and luck. 23 magic. His innate skill is Forager, which is useless for battle. It just means he gets more relics. The thing that makes him great, though, is he has a unique spell called Jack Agalio. It is a medium fire attack that also lowers the attack of the foe by 1 rank. He also starts off with Miragi, which is a weak fire attack to all foes. And he learns Concentrate and Life Spring by level up. Potential wise, he has +5 in fire and +1 in support. +5 is fucking insane. To put it into perspective, the second highest we have seen on any demon at this point is +3. And he has a +5. That is fucking insane. Especially with how good his unique fire skill is. Jack-o'-lantern is nutty. And he is also one of the best demons for Nuwa. Because he has a amazing skill that she is weak to, and he is not weak to anything she has. Or does. Now, he does have some downside, which is why he doesn't get to go into A+ or S. He does only have fire magic at base, so if something resists or nulls fire, he's useless. And his defensive profile isn't the best. It's decent, but it's not the best. And his innate skill is useless. But I think his unique skill and his +5 in fire potential fucking hard carries this dude to A. Like, he is your best fire magic user for the end of the first, for like end game, end first open area, beginning of second open area. Hands down. Like, no other demon competes for a while. Like, straight up. He is just that good. I don't think he's A+ or S because he is only fire focused. So, like, again, if someone is weak to resist fire, he ain't doing much. I still think he's insane. And he's one of the best demons for Nuwa. One of the hardest bosses in the game. So, yeah. A. High A. 100% high A. Okay. Next is Kaya no Hime. I'm gonna be honest. I think she's B+. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I think she's B+. At least. She's at least B. No, I think she's a little cut above them. No, I think she's B. Yeah, no, I'll put B. Where is she? She should stand out. There you go. I think she's at the very least B. Is she B+? Let me look at her again. Look at her innate. Yeah, no, she's B. Actually, she's the first one with that. Yeah, she is the first one with that. Yeah, no, B. I'm gonna put her in B. I'm actually gonna put her in B plus. I'm actually gonna put her in B plus. I think he's the bottom of B plus, and I think she's better. And then, okay, there you go, nice B plus. All right, I think she's B plus. Be for real. Now I've never really used her, but I can't argue that she has some really good benefits to her. Uh, Resistance wise, she's weak to fire and poison, and resists ice, sleep, and charm. Stat wise, she's pretty focused in magic 25 magic, 21 luck, 18 agility, 10 strength, 12 vitality, so not great in vitality. Her innate is demonic meditation. If a demon's mood sours mid negotiation, they may forgive you. It's the same as Pixie. She comes with a unique skill, Harvest Dance. Uh, this gives slight HP recovery to one ally and raises their defense by 2 for 3 turns. It's basically Dia plus 2, I think, Rakukajas. Or Rakukajas. To one ally, which is pretty good. She also is the first demon to come with Bufala, which is a medium ice attack. And by level up, she gets Patra, Mabufu, and Rakunda. I think overall, and potential wise, she has +2 in ice and support and +3 in healing. I think overall, she's pretty good. She's a pretty good support / ice damage dealer. Like, she's the first demon you can get that has medium ice damage. Like, and she's the first demon in a while to specialize in ice. The last one was Apsaris, like 5 levels below, so she can be your new ice demon, and she fits right in. She's pretty good in terms of stat. She does pretty good magic damage. She has pretty decent. She has okay potential for ice magic damage. I wish like you'd rather have like kind of +3 ish if you're going for offense, but like you can use +2 is usable. She's a good healer. I wish she had media, but giving healing plus increased defense means they take less damage, which is nice. Passive skill is kind of useless. It's great for a first playthrough, not so great for multiple. Unless you specifically need to fuse certain demons that you need through talking. But overall, I think she's pretty good. Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with taking her. I think she's pretty good. I think if you need an ice demon, she's perfectly servable. Now, is she great against the next boss? She's decent. She's decent against the next major boss that you would be fighting around her level, which is, I think, it's Lamu. I think she's decent against him because I don't think he is nulls. Oh, hold on, let me check. Hold on, I'm gonna fuck up everything. No, hold on. So hold on. Sorry, I have to check something real quick. Oh no, he was just ice. So she's not very great, but like she's still usable. I think she's pretty good. Where is she? There she is. But yeah, I think she's perfectly okay. I think she's B plus just because she has medium ice damage. She's a good at. She's first medium ice damage. She has a good healing skill, and her potential is good. So yeah, pretty good. Do wish she had a better healing skill, which I think prevents her from being A. But like honestly, I think she's pretty good. Next one, we've got Makami. Makami. Uh, yeah. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be really frank with you. I'm gonna put him in C. I think he's an average Joe. There is Makami. I think Makami is average. I think he's like a C. Makami is resistance wise, he resists light and is weak to dark and confusion. His stats are pretty average across the board, just steadily goes up. He's pretty good luck. 24. His innate skill is Faithful Companion, increases damage for the ally that acts after user when striking a weakness. So he has to strike the weak. Makami has to strike the weakness to get the. So Makami has to hit the weakness to get the extra damage for the ally. He starts off with Mahama, which is a weak light attack to all foes. Dia and Recarm, and he learns Secunda and Mana Spring by level up. Mana Spring being the first demon to learn Mana Spring, it increases your max MP by I think 10%, which is nice. Potential wise, he has +1 in light, +3 in healing, and +2 in support. I think overall he's okay. His passive ability is very niche in as because he only has +1 Mahama for damage offensive spells, which means unless the enemy is weak to light, you're not taking advantage of his potential through just base skills. Um, I think getting Mana Spring is nice. Getting Mana Spring is always nice because it's more mana, and mana is the resource that's harder to restore. Than health. Otherwise, his skill set is okay. I rather I wish he had media with his +3 recovery. I wish he had media instead of Recarm. Secunda's okay. Recarm is kind of bad, but okay. You can use it's okay. Dia's okay. I wish he had media. Mahama's okay. He's just okay. He's not spectacular. I wish he had more light potential because only +1 does not really give you much. Um, yeah, he's just okay. I don't think he's like D worthy because I don't think he has any severe flaws. He's just okay. I don't know. I just I don't think he's because at least he's decent at healing and decent at giving support. But he doesn't. His skill set is just okay. It's just an okay skill set. It's not bad. I wouldn't say he's D plus because D plus is flaws. They have flaws. While C is just they're okay. D plus is the demons where they have flaws or they're just kind of mediocre. Really why would you take these or have serious flaws? Or have pretty their niche or have flaws, and then D is just a lot of flaws, and then it's F is just garbage. But yeah, no, I don't know. Technically, this could arguably go in D plus. He could arguably go in D plus. He's Makami could arguably go in D plus, but I think he's slightly above that. I think he's bottom of C. But at least these perform something, and he's just kind of okay. He's kind of okay. He's bottom of C. Because we're past early game now, so it's kind of what are you doing, bro? All right, okay. Next, Damon. Incubus. Incubus. Okay. Hmm. Okay, so I'm trying to get my computer to like quote out a little bit. All right, Incubus. Hold on, I'm checking something my friend sent me. You know what? I'm gonna Control Alt Delete Discord real quick. I think it's taking a lot of CPU. I think like 70% of my memory. How is 70% of my CPU being taken up by this shit? Okay. Okay, so next is Incubus. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. There is that niche. Then again, yeah, I'm gonna be honest. Incubus is probably gonna be a D, he's probably gonna be a D plus for me. Low C, high D plus. Okay, so Incubus, resistance wise, he's weak to lightning. He resists wind and sleep, and he's immune to charm. Stat wise, he's very average across the board. Nothing like bad, but nothing spectacularly good. His base skill is Unending Nightmare. When he attacks a target that is afflicted with sleep, sleep will not be removed, which is a niche. Very niche. He starts off with Dream Needle and Marin Karen. And he gets Life Drain, Zanma, and Madness Needle by level up. Potential wise, he has +1 in Wind and +5 in Almighty. Sorry, like I'm not in focus. Overall, I think he so positives. He does have a really high potential in ailments. So he has the highest chance to score to inflict ailments out of any demon so far, which is great. Which is a positive. And he does have a medium force attack and potential in that. Which still great. The problem is he has 2 physical attacks and an almighty attack, and he has no potential in either of those, which does suck. And his only high potential is in ailments, which does make him worse on hard, where ailments have a significantly lower chance of being inflicted. Like, you have a 70% chance of the base. So, like, your chances of inflicting ailments goes down by 30%. So if you only have, like, a 50% chance, now you're down to 35% max. Which does hurt. Which does hurt Incubus, I think. I think his skill set is not bad. I think his skill set is interesting. Well, no, it's pretty bad. Weak physical attacks that have a chance to inflict status ailments are not great. In my opinion, especially with no potential in them. And I think overall he's just kind of like, eh. I feel like I'm rating Incubus. I feel like I might be rating this too low. But I feel like the passive skill is useless. Stat-wise, he doesn't have anything like super remarkable. Defensive-wise, he's okay, I'd say. I think overall his skill set, he doesn't have enough. He just doesn't have potential offensively. All his potential is in ailments, which kind of sucks. Not gonna lie, because on hard mode you have a much lower chance to score ailments, and if you don't score the ailments on him, I feel like he's just worse than a lot of other demons. I feel like on lower difficulties he's better than he is on higher difficulties, but everything's better on lower difficulties. So anyway, yeah, I think D plus is fine for him. I just don't. I just think he's so focused on ailments that like if you're playing on hard, he's just not going to be as good as a lot of other stuff just because he's so hard focused on ailments, and he doesn't have high potential in anything else or any potential in anything else. Period, except for wind, which is +1, which isn't good. +1 potential in is not good. I'm just gonna be pretty frank. Yeah, no. Okay. Next is Feng Huang. You know what? You know what? I'm gonna say it. Feng Huang, pretty good. Pretty good. I think Feng Huang is at least a B. Maybe even a B plus. Feng Huang, I think, is at least B. Sorry, I got distracted. I don't know, man. My brain is kind of like cooking. Eventually, when you get to 200 plus, you start losing what you've rated certain things, and you start going like your brain starts forgetting the early shit, and you're just like, ah, fuck it, just put it here, god damn it, don't give a shit anymore. It's like fucking put it somewhere. It's like fucking CDEFG. So he's before here. Oh, there it is. Big Bird. I think he's IB. Feng Huang. Okay. Feng Huang resistances. It resists fire. It nullifies fire. It blocks fire. Resists wind and is weak to dark and steel. Stat wise, it's pretty well balanced. 20 magic, 20 agility, and then rest 16s and 17s. Skill wise, innate skill is fiery melody. Electric party increases damage when hitting a fire weakness. Okay. Other skills he has, he starts with Agalio, which is a medium fire attack. Wind Breath, which is the first time we've seen this. It's like Shockbound, but for wind. So it does 2 to 5 weak force attacks. Comes with Media, which is insane. And then it gets 3 other skills to level up. Light Life Aid, which is the first one to get this. Recovers a little bit of HP after battle. It gets Fire Breath, which is 2 to 5 weak fire attacks, so it's like Wind Breath. And then Needle Spray, which is the 1 to 4 weak physical attacks that have a high chance of critting. Potential wise, it has +4 in fire, +2 in wind, and +3 in healing. This thing, honestly, you know what? It's going to B plus. I thought about it. It's going to B plus. It's going in a B plus at least. It might even be A. I don't know. I don't think it's A. It's going in at least B plus. It's at least better than the. It's at least like that. This thing is really good. It's a good damage dealer. It's a good healer. It has good skills, pretty good skills. It has medium fire, good wind damage, good fire damage, like multiple magic types. It learns a good physical skill too. Doesn't have physical potential, but honestly, it just has a good physical skill in case there is like someone that resists a bunch of magic. Or is it like the magic isn't good? And yeah, Agalia was. Okay, sorry, I got distracted. I was watching Good One. My brain, like after 4.5 hours of this, is starting to like. Okay, concentrate. Yeah, but no, B plus. I think this is a pretty good demon. I think it's a great demon. I think it's very much worth putting on your team for the point you get it because it just does. It goes good fire damage, good wind damage, good healing. Does a lot of roll compression. Smash it together, crush it into big ball, and toss it at children. Um, but yeah, I think the only skill that it gets that's bad is Light Life Aid. Honestly, it's like the one bad skill it gets because Light Life Aid is like garbage. I don't even know how much HP. Which yeah, it's bad. You just restore a little bit of HP after you win a battle, which is just like the least useful skill ever because you can also just like after every battle you can just go back and heal. So like why this like an HP is like the least useful thing to heal. So like I don't know. But yeah, B plus. I don't think it's A because I don't think it has something like some unique skill that's like super duper like woof. But I think it's definitely A plus. Or no, sorry, B plus. Yeah, I think it's really good. Next is Ame no Uzumi. Okay. I think this one, Ame no Uzume, I think she's at least B. C plus? Nah, I think at least B. I think she's at least B. Yeah, I'm gonna say B right now. I may switch these around because honestly, I'm getting kind of lost. I'm kind of losing track of which shit goes where. hold on, sorry. Got distracted again. Where is she? Is she on the top? Yeah, she's near the top, isn't she? Yeah. Okay. I'm on Nozumi. Strength resistance wise, or resistances wise, she blocks lightning and is weak to wind. Stat wise, she has really high magic at 26, and the rest is just decent to bad. She's a magic user. She's focusing on magic. Her innate skill is Curious Dance. When she switches out, all buffs and debuffs on herself will be granted to the switched ally. This could both be good and bad. If you have debuffs and you're looking to switch, it's actually not good to switch her because you will just give all the debuffs to your ally. But if she has buffs, you can give them to someone else by switching it, which is kind of nice. Skill wise, she starts with Zionga, Hama, and Media, and she gets Tarukaja, Mazio, and Resist Light by level up. This is the first time we're seeing a resist skill. Um, with Resist Light, she will gain a resistance to light. So in actuality, her resistances are block lightning, resist light, and is weak to wind, which is actually probably the best. Which is actually pretty good. It's the same as Feng Huang, except being weak to wind instead of being weak to dark, which I think is a slightly better weakness. Potential wise, she has +2 in lightning, +2 in light, +2 in support, and +1 in healing. Overall, I'd say she's pretty decent. She's a pretty decent healer slash supporter slash magic damage user at that point in the game. I don't think she's as good as Feng Huang, because Feng Huang is just like overall better in like 3 things, is really good in 3 things, while she's kind of more spread out into 4. But I think overall she's pretty good. I think she does serve a purpose. She's a pretty good electric damage user and can heal pretty decently, and also does light magic damage, which is nice. So she has 2 different types of magic she can use. And she can also buff, and she can also heal, so she can do multiple things. She's not just locked into one, and I think that puts her in beat. For the point she joined, she's pretty good. All right, now Oni. Now Oni, I'm going to put. Oni, I'm going to put tentatively in high C plus or low B. Tentatively. I think he deserves at least low B. Maybe high C plus. Sorry, Oni. I think Oni deserves at least B. I think because there is one fight that Oni is really helpful in on hard mode, that being Matador, which is a hard fight. So I think overall putting him in low B is worth it. Just because he's very helpful in that fight. I think that's the only reason I'm going to put him in B, and here's why. Oni is the second demon that resists physical. So yes, he is the second demon that you can get that resists physical. But to compensate, and the downside for that, he is weak to electric, light, sleep, and confusion. Stat-wise, he's very much focused in strength. He has 21 strength, 24 vitality, which are both great. 12 magic, 12 agility, 16 luck. The agility, low agility kind of sucks. He has the innate skill trickery, which just increases the likelihood of all allies' innate skills triggering. It's kind of niche in that you need to have ally skills that have a chance, because it doesn't work if the skill always procs. It has to have a chance to proc. It can't be like, oh, this works always when this happens. It won't change anything. It has to be a chance to happen. His starting skills are heavy blow, which is a medium physical attack that has a better crit modifier, like bestial bite, and crusher onslaught, which is a medium physical attack to everyone, but it has shit accuracy. He also learns 2 skills through level up. He learns taunt and he learns frame breaker, which we've seen before on Neko Shogun. Potential wise, he has +3 in physical, and that's it. That's all he's got. He only learns physical skills and taunt, so kind of sucks he doesn't have support potential to lower the MP cost of taunt. Oni does have issues. Being weak to 2 elements, including an insta-kill magic, sucks a lot at this stage. It just blows massive chunks. Having no potential outside of physical does mean his low MP does hurt him, because he will use all his MP very quickly. He will use his MP just very quickly. Now the reason why I put him in B is because he is very, very helpful for Matador. Matador is a hard boss fight. Let's just get that out of the way. On hard mode, he is a hard boss fight. And Oni helps make him better because he can taunt, meaning Matador will attack him with normal attacks. And because Oni resists physical, he cannot be crit normally. As far if I remember correctly. Which means that Matador cannot insta-kill him, because he can't crit him with the physical attacks. Which does help you get through the turns you need to start dealing damage to Matador. Okay. Yeah, I think he is B. Honestly, I might be rating him a little bit higher than I've done other demons of the same quality. Realistically, I probably am. Honestly, I should probably put him in C because of the 2 weaknesses. And because, what I will say, he does have a good physical skill in Heavy Blow. And resisting physical is nice. Sucks he's weak to 4 things, technically. But, could be worse. Could be weak to 5 things. And, yeah. Overall, I think I put him in low B. You know what, to compromise, I'll put him in C+. I'll do the compromise, I'll put him in C+. No. Yes, because his low agility means he has bad accuracy on hard mode. And I did notice he would miss quite a bit on hard mode, which was frustrating. So I will put him in C+ because of his low agility. So I will put him in low C and pull him in C+. I'll put him in mid to high C+. But I don't think he's a B demon. I think he's at least C+. Don't know if he's probably better than the boy, yeah. Yeah, no. He deserves C+, at the very least. Give me this. He deserves at least C+. He does not deserve higher than that. Because realistically, 2 weaknesses, insta-kill weakness, really bad. Low accuracy, really bad. He resists physical and he's great for a hard boss. Yes. Okay. Next is Zuan Wu. All right, I'm gonna be frank. Auspicious Beast. I'm gonna be real frank. Okay, so I'm gonna be real frank with this guy, right? I'm gonna put him in C. I'm going to put him in C. Eh. Yeah, no, I'm gonna put him in C. I think Zwanwu is okay. Zwanwu is a really weird demon for me. I'm gonna be honest. His okay, Zwanwu. I think he's C. He's okay. He's better than Tarduke. All right, so let's start with going over the resistances. Zwanwu. He blocks ice and is weak to fire and poison. So a decent defensive spread. Stat wise, he has insane vitality at 28, good strength, great strength at 23, okay, like kind of bad magic at 15, terrible agility, and okay luck. His passive skill, Auspicious Beast. Skill potentials improve among demons with Auspicious Beast based on how many of them are in the active party. I believe the only other demons with Auspicious Beast are the 4 Chinese dragon gods he is a part of, and all of them vary so wildly in level that he's basically never going to be in the same party as any of them. So, because all the rest are close together except for him, he's like 20 levels below the rest. So, fuck it. His starting skills are Ice Breath, which is the same as Wind Breath, 2 to 5 weak ice attacks. Except it's ice, so it's 2 to 5 weak ice attacks. And he has Rakukaja, which is his defensive 1 ally. But he learns by level up Heavy Blow, which we saw with Oni, Bufala, which is a medium ice attack, and the first demon to get Critical Aura, which makes the next strength based attack from him 100% accurate and always crit. Potential wise, he has +2 in physical, +5 in ice, and +2 in support. So his potential spread is really good. And his skill set is pretty good. The problem is his stats don't work for his 2 best potential skills. And here's why. His best potential is ice. He has 2 +5 ice skills, which are really good, amazing for early game. The problem is his magic sucks. And his MP stat sucks. He starts off with 88 MP. Ice Breath takes like a fourth of his MP. About a fourth. Almost a fifth, I think. Yeah, no, over a fifth at base. Ice Breath takes a fifth of his MP, and that's a +5. So at base, he's not doing much damage until he gets Heavy Blow. Then he starts dealing damage, and then you gotta wait another 2 levels to get Critical Aura. Once he gets Critical Aura, he has a very good combo of Critical Aura plus Heavy Blow, and I will say that combo is good. That combo is great. But I think it takes him a few levels to get to that combo, and before that, you're just dealing with ice attacks with not great magic. And his first ice attack is random enemies. And if you're having one enemy, it's hitting like 2 times. And that's it. You know what? I think. Do I want to put him as C plus? No, I think because I've used him before, and I've always found him underwhelming in terms of damage until he gets Critical Aura. Once he gets Critical Aura, he's great, and once he starts using Heavy Blow, you just spam Heavy Blow. But I think because he is low MP and his bad magic, and he's so focused, and his best potential is ice, and he doesn't get a physical ice skill because those don't exist this early, I think he's just C. He's just okay. I think if he had like a physical ice skill as a unique skill, I think he would be A, 100%. I think he would be A or A plus. If he had a physical skill in his starting moveset, I think he would be A. I think he would be B. I think because it takes him several levels to get a good like damage dealing stunt thing, hurts him. But overall, I don't think I can put him lower than C, just because his skill potential is really good, and his stat spread is not bad. He is very tanky for this early. It just sucks that his damage is kind of bad. I don't know. Maybe I'm being too harsh on him. Maybe I should make him C plus. But I've used him and I've just been like, oh god, he does like no damage. And I just sit there with him. I'm like, what the fuck do I do with this giant fucking dragon turtle? I can't do shit. But yeah. And his passive skill does not help him because he is 20 levels below every other demon, I think, with that skill. So yeah. Alright, next is Bareth. You know what? I'm gonna put Bareth in C plus. I'm gonna put Bareth in C plus. Do I put him in B? Nah, I think he's C plus. I think he's C plus. I think he's better than these guys. I don't think he's B. Should I do minuses for all these? I feel like I need some minuses to kind of differentiate some of these. I feel like some of these are not in the same kind of level. I think I need a B minus. I think some of these are B minus. I don't know. I'll do a C minus. Why not? I don't know. I don't know. I think this is good. Yeah, I think doing a B minus and a C minus kind of differentiates the two. Because I don't think these guys are as good as these guys. Yeah, I kind of think there's a little bit of a level difference. I don't know. I'm trying to like differentiate them even more, and it's like kind of like melting my brain. My brain's like cooked at this point. We're 5 hours in. I'm gonna be honest. My brain is like fucking fried. Brain is starting to fry like a fucking egg. Again, sorry, there's no music. I can't really like. I'm trying to like not use as much internet because I got yelled at earlier for using too much internet. Whatever. Okay. So yeah, no. It's next is Barrett. Okay, Barrett. I think Barrett is below. Way to put him. C plus. Is he B minus? Yeah, I think he's B minus. I think he's B minus material. I think he's B minus material. I think he's better than Archangel. For the, I think he's pretty equivalent. Do I think he's better? I think he's better than these two. Yeah. Barrett, defense wise, he resists fire and dark and is weak to ice. His stats are pretty balanced across the board, except for magic being low. But he doesn't get any magic skills, so his magic stat. No, he does. Okay, so never mind. I'm fucking full of it. His stats are pretty good: 26 strength, 24 vitality, 18 agility. Bad magic, that sucks. His main innate skill is frontline adaptability. While in the party, allies afflicted with confusion will be more likely to perform the correct action. Super niche. Like, you'd rather not be afflicted with confusion, but I guess it helps if the Nahabino again is afflicted with it and you want to use them to heal the status. His starting skills are Pierce Armor, which is a weak physical attack that lowers the enemy's defense by 1. And he is the first demon. He is the first demon to get Bloody Glee, which increases his crit rate, which is a really good skill. Increasing crit rate is always good, especially for physical attackers. He learns 3 skills by level up. He learns Critical Slash, which we've seen is worst critical wave because yeah, it's basically worst critical wave. It's a weak physical attack to one foe that has low accuracy but always crits. He learns Agalio and he learns critical wave, which is the weak physical attack to everyone but has a high chance to crit. Potential wise, he has +2 in physical and +2 in fire, and that's it. I think overall I'm gonna put him a bit lower. I think he's top of C plus. Oh, hold on. I think overall, I think his downsides are that like his potentials could be higher. Having only +2 in physical as his main attacking thing kind of sucks. The +2 in fire doesn't really matter because magic is too bad to use to make effective use of Agalio, which also sucks. But I do think having Bloody Glee is really nice, and having 2 decent physical skills does help him a lot. Because he has a high fit crit skill, he can crit quite a bit on normal with it. I think on hard he will be a little bit he will crit decent amount just because crit rate is reduced on hard. Overall I think he's pretty decent. I don't think he's like I think the fact that he only has +2 in physical and his +2 in fire doesn't really matter because of his piss poor magic makes him not as good as he could be. If he had +3 or +3 in physical or +4 even, I'd say he'd be way better. But I think his low potential does hold him back. But yeah. Overall, yeah. Next is Kikuri Hime. I'm gonna be honest, probably at least a B. Oh no, wait, no, she's B plus. At least. Should I put her in A? I'll put her in A. Kikuri Hime. Resistance wise, she's weak to lightning, resists charm and light, and is immune to wind. Stat wise, she has bad strength, okay like pretty bad vitality, insane magic with 30, and decent agility and luck at 20 each. Her innate skill is Divine Benevolence. While in the active party, reduces MP cost of support skills for all allies in battle, which is really nice. She starts with Zanma and Tarunda, and she gets Recarm, Media, and Lifespring by level up, so she gets plus 10% HP. Potential wise, she has plus 2 in Wind, plus 3 in Healing, and plus 2 in Support. She's a really good healer. Having plus 3 and learning Media naturally is really fucking good for healing, and her high magic means she will heal quite a bit. She helps out the party quite a bit by having her innate skill is really good, reducing the cost of just support skills. So like if you have a support skill on your not on your main character, it just gets reduced. Which is nice, and on anyone else it gets reduced. I don't know by how much. I'm guessing by like 1 or 2 MP, which is fine, which is perfectly fine because that's all you need early game. Overall, I think she's like one of the best healers at this point. Like, there's not really any other healer that can compare other than Feng Wong, and he's like more a damage healer, while she's just a straight up healer. Yeah, I think she's pretty fucking good. She doesn't have a unique skill, which does kind of stink, but she has an actually useful passive skill, and she does learn media naturally, and she does have really high potential in healing. So she is pretty, and her resistances are good. She's not weak to like multiple things. She's only weak to one thing. She has a null. She has 2 blocks. She's actually really good for the Matador because she blocks wind. So she's the best healer for that fight. She's great. She's a good demon. Good healer. Say hey. Alright, next. Bugs. Bugs, I'm going to say is my brain. Nah, I'm gonna say Bugs is C minus. I'm gonna be a little bit mean to Bugs. I'm sorry. Sorry for any Bugs enjoyers. I love Bugs design, but honestly, I gotta be a little bit mean to some of these guys. And I'm looking at Bugs, and I gotta be a little bit mean to him. I think he's high C minus, but I gotta be a little bit mean to Bugs. I gotta be a little bit mean to some of these guys, and Bugs is getting the mean shtick. Okay, Bugs. Resistance wise, he nullifies dark, resists sleep, and is weak to fire. Stat wise, he's pretty mediocre across the board. I'm going to be honest. His stats are mediocre. Nothing really stands out except his agility, which is really low. His passive is Unending Nightmare, which is when you attack someone who's asleep, you don't wake them up. We've seen this twice before, and both times I've mentioned it. It's a shit passive. He starts with Mamudo, which is a weak weak dark attack that hits everyone, and Dormina, which puts people to sleep. And he gets Bestial Bite, Secunda, and Resist Ice by level up. So he does get another resist. Potential wise, he has +5 in dark and +2 in support, and that's it. Overall, I'd say his skill set isn't great. +5 in dark is great, but only having a weak dark attack with +5 is not fun. I'd rather he had like the medium dark attack, because then he could actually take advantage of the +5 potential. Mamudo at this stage, kind of having weak attack at this stage kind of sucks. It just means you're doing less damage. But yeah. I think what holds him back is not having a medium damage dark spell. If he had a medium dark spell, he'd be pretty good. But he doesn't. I think having average stats also does hold him back. You do need him for a special fusion. But other than that, he's not really great. Um Defensive wise, he's pretty decent, only being weak to fire and having a resist and a null, so he can be kind of useful. Support wise, he only learns one support skill, and it's just like lowers accuracy and evasion, for foes, which can be useful. Yeah, other than that, he's just like okay. I wouldn't say he's anything spectacular. I wouldn't say he's like anything spectacular. He's kind of mediocre. Sorry, I'm trying to get rid of something on my fucking PC. It's really annoying. Okay. Cool. Okay. So yeah, I think overall he's C minus. I think I put him in C minus, didn't I? Yeah, C minus. He's okay. I don't think he's great, but like he's usable. All right, next is Matador. I'm gonna be real honest with you. Matador is the first fiend you unlock, and I'm gonna be real honest with you. He's the first A plus. He might even be S, but I think I'm gonna put him in A plus at least. Matador A plus, baby. Okay, Matador. Defensive wise, he is weak to electric. He resists sleep, mirage, seal, light, and dark, and he nullifies wind. Stat wise, he's pretty well balanced across the board. His vitality is a little bit low at 14. He has decent magic, good strength, great agility at 28, and good luck. His innate skill is insane, crippling blow. He has a chance of insta kill when striking a weakness or landing a critical hit. This makes him one of the most annoying fucking bosses to fight. And it's also really nice for normal enemies, although this will not work proc on bosses because you cannot insta-kill bosses. They are immune to insta-kills. Stat skill wise, he starts with Andalusia. He starts with 2 unique skills. The first is Andalusia, which is 3 to 6 weak physical attacks to random foes. So at minimum, this does 3 attacks to 1 foe, which is really good. He gets Mazan, which is a weak wind attack to all foes, and he gets his starts as a second unique skill, Red Capote, which raises the accuracy evasion of one ally, including potentially himself, by 2 for 3 turns. He gets 3 skills by level up: Light Life Aid, which is useless; Critical Aura, which is really good; and Counter. Potential wise, he has +4 in physical, +3 in wind, and +1 in support. Overall, he's really good. Matador is a very high DPS demon, mainly because of Andalusia. Andalusia is a really, really good early game physical skill. For the second open is like a really, it's just a really, really good physical skill for the second open area. It does a lot of damage. Every hit can crit, and if at least one hit crits, you get an extra turn. He can set up critical aura to make sure all of his hits crit, and it can do an insane amount of damage. He's mainly just one attack in Andalusia, to be perfectly honest. He does not do much damage with Mazan. But honestly, he's just really insane. He is a special fusion, so he will get um skills from his previous fusions. I'm not exactly sure what he gets from them. I believe he can get Zanma, so he can get a medium wind skill, which does make him actually able to use wind magic pretty decently. You know what? I'm gonna look it up right now. Which is gonna fuck up my whole thing, but there's gonna be a lot of special fusions, so let's just get okay, hold on. So Amino Azumi. Okay, no, he cannot. Okay. But he can get Gram Slice from it. And he can get Life Spring. So he can have increased 10% increased health, and he can get Gram Slice, which is a weak physical attack that has a high chance to crit. And he can get a medium electric skill, although he is terrible with that because he has -5 in electric. So don't give him that one. I think this glitched out. Hold on. Oh, I think I glitched it out. Oh wait, I have to click F, right? Yeah, no. Sorry, I'm stupid. No, I had it right. It wasn't glitched. I was just stupid. Anyway, yeah, no. I think Matador is the first A+. He's just really insane for damage. He's a really hard fight to beat. He's really hard to unlock because on hard mode, especially because you have to beat him to first to unlock his special fusion. But I think overall he's pretty fucking good. A+. He's a really high DPS demon. And he's probably the best physical damage user by quite a fair margin outside of your main character this early. And there's nobody really else that compares to them in terms of like physical damage. Honestly, he's the first A+. And plus his resistances are insane. Like he has three like 5 resists and a block for one weakness, which this early game is insane. And plus his innate is also insane for normal enemies, not for bosses. But yeah. Anyway, yeah. Pretty good. Really good. Really good demon. Very much worth special fusion. 100%. Okay. Next we have Best Boy Long Dog. Long Dog. Okay, so I'm gonna be real frank with you. Long Dog is pretty garbage. Long Dog is pretty garbage. Let's hear it out for Long Dog. We're gonna put Long Dog in probably D. Yeah, I'm gonna put Long. I'm gonna put him in D. Long Dog is a meme. I think he's not a funny meme. Okay, Long Dog, Long Dog, Long Dog, Long Dog. Okay, Long Dog. He resists dark. Is immune to fire, and is weak to ice and light. So he is weak to an insta-kill skill and weak to 2 things, which sucks. Stat-wise, his stats are not great except for agility, which is 25. And his luck is good at 21. Other than that, they're mediocre to bad. His passive stat is Faithful Companion. He increases damage for the ally that acts after user when striking a weakness. His starting skill is Fire Breath, which is 2 to 3 5 random weak fire attacks. His the only skill he gets starting out, and then he gets by level up Inspiring Leader, which he's the first demon to get this. He gets extra XP when his level is lower than the main characters. He also learns Scratch Dance and Racunda by level up. His potentials are +3 in fire, and then +1 in ailment and healing, even though he does not get any healing or ailment skills. Overall, I'm sorry. I love I love Inugami's design. It's a meme. I love saying Long Dog, but Long Dog ain't good. I'm gonna be for real. Long Dog is pretty bad. His passive skill only works if the enemy is weak to fire. If the enemy is not weak to fire, then this skill will never proc, unless you do obviously skill inheritance. His potentials are terrible for what his skill set, as he only gets positive potential on one skill, Fire Breath. His defenses are garbage. Being weak to 2 things for only 1 null and a resist is garbage. Is pretty bad at this. Is pretty bad at this point. His overall skills are just not great. He gets Fire Breath is decent, and then Scratch Dance and Racunda are not great if you don't have potential in them. And his stats also just aren't good. He doesn't have anything that's really high except for agility, and agility only only affects your dodge and accuracy and evasion. Which for accuracy wise it helps in hard mode, but evasion wise it doesn't help at all because sorry. Oh shit. Oh. Sorry you got to see that. Hold on. Sorry, hold on. I'm back. Sorry about that. It's really weird. Yeah, anyway. That really sucked. Yeah, anyway, Long Dog isn't very good. He's a meme. I like his design. I think it's really funny that he's just a long dog, but otherwise then he's not very great. I don't think he's that great. I'm be for real. So yeah, anyway. Okay. Okay. Hold on. Sorry, I'm looking in Discord real quick. Hold on. I got distracted real quick. Sorry, hold on. It's been 5 hours. Give me a break. Okay, there we go. So we got Long Dog done. Long Dog's pretty bad. All right. Next is Copa Tengu. 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 I think Copa Tengu is just okay. Copa Tengu, Copa Tengu, Copa Tengu, Copa Tengu, Copa Tengu. Where the fuck is Copa Tengu? Where the fuck is Copa Tengu? There he is. Copa Tengu, Copa Tengu, Copa Tengu. I think he's okay. I think he's okay. Resistance wise, weak to lightning, resist wind and sleep. Stat wise, okay. Got decent magic. At 18. Real good agility, 27. Just straight up like better stats than Long Dog for the most part. His passive is Gusting Melody. While in the active party, increases damage when striking a force weakness for all allies. That's nice for if you got multiple users with force attacks. He starts off with Zanma and Mazan, and he gets Suku Kaja, Blinding Strike, and Force Block by level up. Blinding Strike and Force Block are new. Blinding Strike is a weak physical attack that lowers accuracy and evasion on an enemy. And Force Block nullifies the force attack against all allies for 1 turn, which is really good if you're fighting a boss that you know is going to be using party-wide force attacks. You can use Force Block to negate their turn. They only have 2 press turns, which is really nice. Potential-wise, he has +3 in wind and +1 in support. Overall, Copa Tengu is just an okay wind user. He's not anything spectacular. He's just okay. He doesn't have anything super cool about him. His potentials are okay. He has a physical skill but no potential in it, which kind of sucks. His stats are okay. His potential for wind magic is okay, so he does decent wind damage. He only has +1 in support, but like the only thing that costs a lot of MP for him is Force Block, which Force Block is kind of niche. It's not as good as Physical Block, but it can be useful. Other than that, he's just kind of he's just okay. He's just an okay wind user. I can't really rate him any lower than C because it's just okay. He's not any. I don't think he's bad because he has +3 in wind at least, and he has like a medium wind attack. So I don't think he's C minus like Bugs. But at least he has a medium spell, and he does have some utility. But I don't think he's anything higher because he's just okay. I think his slow stats kind of hold him back, and like not really having anything spectacular outside of +3 Zanma. And yeah, he's okay. Next is Poltergeist. Poltergeist is yeah, I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say C minus. Yeah, I'm hitting him with a C minus. Poltergeist has a funny animation for when he does a spell. He does like a windmill with his arm, which is really funny. He just like turns to the side and does a windmill with his arm, which I find hilarious, mind you. As a playable demon, he's C minus. I'm not a big fan of him. Is he D? Is he D plus? No, cause no. Sorry, hold on. I'm like fucking on my shirt. Back. Is he greater than C minus? Is he D plus? Thinking of when you get him. Trying to think of when you get him. Yeah, you know what? He's not that much better. You know what? Fuck that. Yeah, no. You know what? He's going in the same exact spot as Law. He's going in D plus. He's not that much better than these guys. Let's be real frank. Let's be real frank. Let's be real honest with ourselves here. He's a D plus. Oh nope, I did not mean to bring slime up. He's a D plus demon at best. Be real frank with ourselves. Stat wise, he has poltergeist, blocks electric and confusion, and is weak to wind and light. For defenses, stat wise, he's mediocre across the board. There's nothing spectacular about him. He has decent. He's pretty good luck. 23. That's about it. His innate skill is Thunderous Melody. Just whole party has increased damage when hitting an electric weakness. Skill wise, he starts with Shockbound and Masukunda. So he lowers the accuracy evasion of all foes by 1 rank. So he's the first demon to get one of those skills. He also gets by level up Dream Needle, Electric Block, and Resist Force. So he can he does eventually turn one of his 2 weaknesses into a resist. So he goes from 2 weaknesses to 1. Being weak to an insta-kill magic sucks, and being weak to 2 magics for quite a few levels also sucks, because I think you need to wait 4 levels, because I think he learns the first 2 in 2 levels, and then he takes a level, and then he skips a level, and then gets resist force. Potential wise, he has +2 in lightning and +2 in support, which is really the only thing he gets. What stands out about Poltergeist is he has Masukunda. He's the first demon to get a enemy-wide debuff skill, which can be useful. It is a little bit nice. Do I think Poltergeist is worth using for that alone? Probably not. So he does have that going for him. That's pretty much the only thing he has going for him. Breath attacks like Wind Breath and Fire Breath are great as long as you have a magic spell along with them. But because he only has Shockbound, he very quickly will run out of MP if he's attacking with Electric, and a +2 at this stage is just not good for offensive. It's not very good. For offensive, it's kind of like the lowest you want to actually be dealing like somewhat decent damage. And then the only other attack he has is Dream Needle, which he has no potential with, and no element potential either, so he's basically shit out of luck with that one. His stats are kind of mediocre. He does have Electric Block, which can be useful for certain bosses. Certain bosses spams Electric. What boss spams Electric? Oh, I guess if you're fighting Loop Guru, he does, or Loop Guru or whatever, Lao Guru or whatever, the French fucking werewolf. He can't help with that. Because he has electric attacks, but most often than not, he attacks the physical, so you're kind of fucked on that regard. Other than that, I don't know. There's not really anything really good about him. He's kind of just mediocre. He is used for a special fusion, where his resist force actually does come in handy for the person he's resisting. But other than that, he's kind of just eh. Wait, hold on. Where's Subsars? Oh, Subsars is there. Okay. Whatever. Other than that, he's just kind of like bad. I don't know. If he had like a normal electric skill, I think I would rate him like at least C. If he had higher potential in electric, I would rate him at least C. Right now, this dude runs out of all his MP in like 6 turns. Minimum.
Like he's gonna run out of MP in like 6 to 7 turns because all his best skills cost over 20. Because he just doesn't have high potential, which I think hurts him a lot. So yeah, I think D plus is fine. I don't think he's as bad as Inugami because at least he has some useful skills. But I think it's just not really worth putting on the team, and it's kind of like a niche thing. I don't know. Yeah. Sorry, I'm like. All right. Next is Mananangal. Man and Anagal. I'll be honest. I think she's at least C. Man and Anagal. Or Banana Girl. Because she does. Her skin is the color of banana. It's yellow. I think she's at least C. I think so, yeah. I think if she had one thing, she'd be a little bit higher, but I think she's at least C. Where is she? My brain is like cooked. There she is. I think she's at least C. I think she's like pretty good. She's like probably better than these guys. Defense wise, she blocks dark, resists charm and mirage, and is weak to light. So weak to an insta kill magic, that sucks, but only having the one weakness, I'll take. Better than earlier stuff, for sure. Stat wise, she has great magic, decent agility and luck, not great vitality and strength. Her passive skill is Twilight Melody, so it just increases damage from striking and dark weakness, which is okay. She does have a unique skill in Sanguine Drain, which is weak Almighty HP drain attack that also lowers the attack of the foe. She also starts as Anma, which is medium force attack, and then by level up she gets Mamudo, Toxic Spray, and Concentrate. Potential wise, she has +2 in Wind, +3 in Dark, and +2 in Ailment. Overall, I think she has a decent skill set. Pretty good like variety in terms of spells. She does have a and her she does actually have a good almighty damaging attack, which means she doesn't care as much about resistances because she can just use the almighty attack because nothing resists almighty. So she at least has that going for her. I feel like what lets her down is being weak to light just sucks because of you can instantly die from it. I think not having a medium dark attack is a little bit rough for her because her potential is the highest with dark. And I also think not having any almighty potential, it does suck. I wish she had like +1, like +1 or +2, just because she has the unique skill. Like I would take that over her +2 in ailment, like 100% if she had +2 on almighty. Which I do think all those do lower her to C, and she is a little bit squishy. But I think overall she's a decent addition to the team just because like she has a offensive attack that can lower the enemy's attacks. So she can do like heal herself while also debuffing the enemy. And she does do good wind and dark damage. And she can both lower the enemy's attack and defense while also either dealing damage slash healing herself or like trying to poison them. And she does have concentrate to increase her magic attack damage. So she does have multiple ways to do shit. And I think overall she's at least C tier. I don't think she's any higher than that. I feel like maybe C is some people would think C is a little bit too high for her. But I think overall C is good. C is like okay, and I think she's okay. I think her unique skill does bring her up higher than she probably would normally. Ugh. Do I put her a C plus just because of the unique skill? Because the unique skill is pretty decent. No, just because she doesn't have any potential with it. If she had potential with it, I would put it higher. Like if she had +1 or +2, she would be like C plus or B. Because she doesn't, I think she's C. I think that's fair. I think it's fair and balanced. Yeah, I think that's fair. I don't really see how it is not fair. I don't know. My brain is cooked. I'm like running on like nothing. I'm running on fumes right now. Okay. So next, I think I'm gonna cut this into several parts because this is gonna be a several hour long affair. All right, Jack Frost. Okay, okay. Next is Jack Frost. I think Jack Frost is. I think he's B. Trying to see all his stats. Yeah, I think he's B. So I'm getting distracted. My brain is like, okay, get Jack Frost. Okay, so resistance wise, Jack Frost is the first demon to have a drain. Jack Frost drains ice, which basically means when he gets hit by an ice type attack, he negates all the damage and he actually heals from it. Jack Frost is then also weak to fire and charm. Stat wise, he's a magic user. He's focused in magic. 29 magic, 21 agility, luck, 14 strength, 15 vitality. He's focused on magic. His innate is fickle personality. When an Omega Toki effect is active, uses attacks with positive skill potential that strike a weakness will be crits. This is like kind of like negated by the fact that Toki, the most common Omega Toki effect is the every attack will crit one at the point you get him. So his innate kind of is negated by the fact of the Amagat Koi Toki skill you're probably going to use. Okay, sorry. Blanked out. Okay, so skill wise. So Jack Frost has a unique skill, Jack Bufala. It is a medium ice attack to one foe that always also lowers their defense by one rank. He also starts with Ice Breath, and he gets Ice Block, Mahama, and Resist Light by level up. So he does get another resist as he levels up. Potential wise, he has +4 in Ice and +2 in Light. Honestly, he's pretty good. As the first demon with a drain skills are even better than null skills. Null skills will, if you're nulling something and you get hit by it, you get rid of 2 rest turns from the enemy. If the enemy hits your drain, they lose 4, which basically means the entire enemy group will lose their turn straight up if they hit your null, which is really nice. Jack Bufala is a great unique skill. It's a medium ice attack, medium magic attack that also lowers the stat. So as you hit them with Jack Bufala turn after turn, you also make it so that you and your entire team deal more damage to the enemy, which is great. Having +4 in its main damage is great. It's not as good as the Jack-o'-lantern, which had 5, and some other demons which we've seen which have had 5. But 4 is still really good early game. I will not complain about a +4. I don't think anyone would at this stage. +2 in light means it's one other element actually gets boosted. It unfortunately doesn't have any potential in support, so it has to get the full. It gets stuck with the full cost of Ice Block, which is 40, which is rough. Also, Ice Block isn't great for it because while it does help its allies, if the boss uses a party-wide ice attack, I think the block might negate your drain. I don't think it does actually. So I think you still get it, and it's just your party won't take damage from it, which I guess is fine. I guess it's still useful. It's just a lot of MP, so it's not really worth it most of the time. Unless you know an enemy that spams ice type attacks, and the last one is like way before Jack Frost. You would ever get Jack Frost, so yeah. Anyway, getting a drain and a resist is insane this early, and Jack Frost gets that. And yeah, I think Jack Frost is really good. I think Jack Frost is held back by his low durability. 4 to 15 vitality and 119 HP is not great. It's better than Monogonal, but it's not that great. And also, it's basically an ice type user, so if something resists ice, which you could reasonably be fighting at this point, you're not going to be doing much outside of Mahama, which isn't a great offensive skill with +2 potential because it's an enemy team wide skill. But yeah, I think he's B. I don't think he's B plus. Is he? I mean, he is the first demon with drain, but let me see what's in B plus real quick. What did I put in B plus? I put Shisa. I put. Yeah, no, I kind of put stuff that's either really good for bosses, really good for the main character, or just really good at multiple things. Uh, okay, hear me out. I could put Jack Frost in B, but I feel like Zutunchi doesn't fit with those other ones, does he? Does he? I mean, yeah, he kind of does. Do I put him in B plus? For the point you get him, he is the first drain you get. Yeah. Yeah, I'll put him in B plus. He does one thing, but he does it pretty well. All right, one more. We're gonna end with the first part with Turbo Granny. Okay, I'm gonna say it. Turbo Granny is a meme, and I think Turbo Granny is at least, if you get it at the level you're supposed to, right? I think Turbo Granny is at least low C plus, which I know is gonna sound insane, but hear me out, right? Hear me out, all right? Hear me out. Where'd you go? No, stop. Hear me out, right? Turbo Granny is nullifies dark and is weak to light, so it's weak to an insta kill magic, which sucks. Stat wise is okay strength, okay stats outside of agility, which is 32, which is really really good for that level. Her innate skill is Speed Star. Attacks including magic may become crits against foes with lower agility than user, which is everyone that isn't named Turbo Granny for several levels, and I mean a lot of levels. Like the next demon that has more than like that amount of agility is level 34, and Turbo Granny is 26. And that's not counting that Turbo Granny might get agility when she levels up. So that might be like, so you can like maybe get even over 34, and then it's even a higher level. But yeah. So this innate skill is really good. This is always going to be active basically for the entire time you're using Turbo Granny, even against most bosses. She starts with Wind Breath, Blinding Strike, and Crusher Onslaught. And she gets Trot Fury and Critical Aura by level up. Her potential wise, she has +3 in physical and +1 in wind. Overall, I'd say her whole thing is trying to proc her passive for crits, for like trying to proc her passive for the increased crit chance, and then later on spamming critical aura and like probably medium onslaught or blinding strike. I think overall she does that. She's pretty decent. I think what carries her is definitely her passive and her insane agility. Her passive is what makes her good, and the fact her agility is so much higher than so many other demons, and even the fact that her agility is higher than every demon around her level, and for the next like 8 subsequent levels, which is the majority of the second main area, is awesome. It basically means she will always have her passive like active, which is great. And extra crits are always nice because that's extra turns. I do wish she got a multi-hit physical attack because I feel like that would work the best with what her gimmick is. But I think overall she does her job pretty well. I do also have a slight caveat in that I wish she had potential and support just to reduce the MP cost of critical aura. But overall, I'd say she's, outside of probably Caustic being a little bit of an MP hungry demon, she's pretty good. I don't know, I think she's pretty good. Her whole thing is like getting as many crits as possible, and she has a passive that gives her a higher chance to crit for a long time. I say she's at least C plus because her passive ability actually works really well with her kit, unlike some other demons who just don't have a great passive. You know, I think she's pretty good. I don't think she's C. I don't think she's any higher than C plus because she doesn't have any unique skills and her skill set isn't amazing. Her skill set does the job it wants to pretty decently, but it's not like amazing. And yeah. So that's gonna be, I think, it for part one. I did about, I'd say, 50 demons, 50-ish demons, so about a fourth. I've been doing this for about 6 hours, actually over, because I paused the recording a couple times, and I'm very tired. My throat hurts, so I'm gonna pause it for tonight. I'm probably gonna upload this, or try to upload this, and we'll continue this next time. And I'm having fun with this. This is a great distraction from the crippling depression. And yeah, I don't know. I just like talking about stuff. I know this tier list is probably like already controversial with some of these picks, but I don't know. I'm just trying to like put them in spots like I think they're like okay in. I'm trying to order the tiers and how I think they are in terms of like comparatively to everything else, but obviously like some of it's gonna be weird. Like I probably have to rearrange. C is a mess right now. C is just kind of whatever the fuck it is. And yeah, anyway, I'm gonna go to bed. Probably. Peace. See you in part two.